Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to JT Pack Jose Thomas Performing Arts Center by the Choice Foundation. Please note, videography is strictly prohibited during the program. Kindly switch off your mobile phones or turn on the silent mode. Eatables and beverages are not allowed inside the theater. In case of any emergency, there are 5 exits in this theater. There are 2 exits each on your right and left, and one located behind. Please locate the nearest exit and proceed to the same in case of an emergency. If, for any reason, you would like to leave the theater, kindly use the exits at the back. Thank you and have a spectacular JT Pack experience.
Most esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, delegates, and radiant souls gathered in the embrace of peace, we extend to you a warm welcome to the second day of the International Peace 20 Youth Summit 2023, a symphony of hope and harmony resonating within the hallowed halls of the Choice School, Kochi.
As we gather beneath the benevolent skies, let the petals of our intentions unfurl as we embark on a day of profound insights and transformative discussions centered around the noble ideas encapsulated by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Today, like a garden bursting with vibrant blooms, we shall witness a succession of events that mirror the multifaceted efforts to nurture a world brimming with peace, prosperity, and sustainability.
Taking this day forward, let us begin with a soul-stirring invocation, a prayer song resonating with the echoes of unity and goodwill. Just as flowers turn towards the sun, may our hearts turn towards the light of collective purpose, inspiring us to contribute our best to the cause of global harmony. Kindly rise for the prayer.
praises forevermore. I will sing your praises. I will sing your praises. I will sing your praises forevermore. Father God, I wonder how I managed to exist without the knowledge of your parenthood and your loving care. Now I am your son, I am adopted in your family, and I could never be alone. 'Cause Father God, you're there beside me. I will sing your praises. I will sing your praises. I will sing your praises forevermore. I will sing your praises. I will sing your praises. I will sing your praises forevermore.
Following this melodic prelude, the air shall sway with the notes of the SDG theme song by the gifted souls of the St. Teresa's College, Kochi. Their harmonious offering is a reminder that music, like the universal language of peace, transcends boundaries and unites hearts in a symphony of shared aspirations.
Heed the SDGs at the local level, for that is where we face the tussle. Heed the SDG 17 in number, lest our earth be torn asunder. Oh yeah.
This is Koan, no poverty, the greatest challenge of all humanity. To realize goal to zero hunger, we need sustainable agriculture. Goal 3, good health and well-being of children, women, and those who are aging. Oh, go for it, quality education that's inclusive, equitable, with no discrimination. Gender equality is goal number 5. A fundamental, much needed human right.
Heed the SDGs at the local level, for that is where we face the tussle. Heed the SDG 17 in number, lest our earth be torn asunder. Oh yeah.
To achieve goal 6, clean water and sanitation, we need access to water and hygiene education. Affordable and clean energy is goal number 7. invest in clean sources, consume with discretion. Go late, decent work, and economic growth, that all share in progress. We must take an oath. Goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure that's resilient, sustainable, and needed at this juncture. Goal 10 is a call for reduced inequalities across the nation and all localities. Goal 11, sustainable cities and communities, creating green spaces, providing all amenities.
Goal 12, responsible consumption and production, ensure ecological footprint reduction. Heed the SDGs at the local level, for that is where we face the tussle. Heed the SDG 17 in number, lest our earth be torn asunder. Oh yeah.
Goal 13, a trumpet call for quick climate action to avert the consequence of callous inaction. Goal number 14 points to life below water, to save aquatic resources from mindless slaughter.
Goal number 15 looks to life on land, that our ecosystems may not be damned.
Goal 16, peace, justice, strong institutions. We must find lawful, long-lasting solutions.
Partnerships to achieve the goals. The 17th one, come join hands, cooperate with everyone. Heed the SDGs at the local level, for that is where we face the tussle. Heed the SDG 17 in number, lest our earth be torn asunder.
A distinguished alumna of the Choice School, Kochi, Ms. Apurva Bose is an individual who has made significant contributions in the fields of law and environmental communications. A trailblazer with a strong educational foundation and passion for both legal advocacy and environmental conservation, Apurva has managed to carve out a remarkable career path. Recognizing crucial role that effective communication plays in raising awareness about environmental issues, she has embarked on a career at the United Nations Environmental Programme. As a communications expert at the UNEP, Ms. Apurva has played a pivotal role in conveying complex environmental concepts to the global audience in an accessible and impactful manner. We now have the privilege to listen to Ms. Apurva Bose talking about her journey to the UN.
My name is Apurva Bose. I currently work at the UN Convention to Combat Desertification as a program coordinator, and I'm also a proud alumni of the Choice School. I'm extremely honored and thrilled to be here to speak to all of you, at least virtually, to share a glimpse of my life and to also tell you how incredibly important my school life or my life at Choice School has been in molding me both personally and professionally. More than a decade ago, when I was roaming through the hallways of the Choice School, little did I know that these experiences and friendships that I've forged here would actually become the cornerstone of my journey. Choice for me was much more than this world of textbooks and academia. It was a space where I could think freely, speak freely, ask the difficult questions and uncomfortable questions, to question everything, to critically analyze everything, and above all, to chase my dreams. The first time I heard about the UN was when my teacher, I think in 9th or 10th grade, spoke about multilateralism and international diplomacy, and I was instantly hooked to this world. And from then I knew that, this is something that really excites me and that I want to be a part of. So I'm really, really grateful for all my teachers for helping me find more about internships and opportunities and how to actually join the UN. So thank you to all my teachers at Choice School for really nurturing this interest in me. Now, coming back to the UN is an institution that of course transcends national boundaries, and all of you know that. But it's also an institution of dynamic force and a catalyst of global change. And I think we also recognize at the UN the importance of young people to be a part of that transformation, to be a part of that global change. So as much as UN really looks for young recruits to be a part of the institution, we also recognize the importance of young voices, at least when it comes to the pressing issues of today, whether it's the sustainable development, climate change, gender equality. And I really hope that all of you take a moment to think about all these issues that you're deeply passionate about and how can you be a part of this change. UN is also an institution that looks out for people to collaborate with people, especially young minds that can challenge the status quo. So I really urge you to start thinking, to start questioning everything, to start asking the uncomfortable and difficult questions, and to critically analyze everything that was considered a norm for you. So as you stand at the crossroads of your journey, especially some of you might be at the last few years of your school, so wherever that might lead you, whether it's to the UN or whether it's to join another field, I really hope that you realize the importance of raising your voice, to start asking questions, as I previously told you. And to also understand that all these values that's deeply inculcated in you back in school, whether it's resilience, empathy, a hunger for knowledge, hold on to that, because that's really what's going to be the cornerstone of your journey as well. I really hope I get to collaborate with some of you, whether it's as my colleague, whether it's as part of a collaboration with another organization that you're part of, my teachers back in school have my contact. So if any of you have any questions about the UN, about internships, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, and I'll be really glad to be a small part of your journey. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I urge everyone, all of you, to take that opportunity, to seize that opportunity, and to break that glass ceiling. Good luck to each one of you. Thank you.
As the sun of our enthusiasm rises higher, let us now delve into the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Report 2023, a canvas that paints a picture of our collective progress towards the betterment of humanity. Through the lens of this visual narrative, we shall witness the brushstrokes of the change that we, as a global community, are making to color the world in the hues of sustainable development.
Halfway to 2030, the promises enshrined in the SDGs are in peril. Where do we stand? The world has entered a poly-crisis era, and SDG progress is threatened by the climate crisis, conflict, a gloomy global economic outlook, and lingering COVID-19 effects. The latest assessment of the SDG targets paints a concerning picture. 15% are on track. 48% are moderately or severely off track, and 37% have stagnated or regressed. The world continues to grapple with lingering COVID-19 effects. 1 in 3 people worldwide struggle with moderate to severe food security. 25 million children missed out on routine immunizations in 2021, 6 million more than in 2019. And 4 in 5 countries studied saw learning losses. COVID-19 has also triggered the largest increase in between-country inequality in 3 decades. The world could face big misses across the goals by 2030. Under current trends, by 2030, and gender equality is still 300 years away. At the current rate, it will take 300 years to end child marriage, 286 years to close gaps in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws, 140 years to achieve equal representation in leadership in the workplace. The Earth is at a tipping point, and we are standing at the brink of climate calamity. Heat waves, droughts, flooding, and wildfires have become far too frequent. The rate of sea level rise has doubled in the last decade, threatening hundreds of millions of people in coastal communities. We are at war with ourselves and nature. We need to safeguard our ocean and preserve biodiversity. War and conflict are inflicting a devastating toll on the SDGs. As of December 2022, over 108 million people worldwide have been forcibly displaced from their homes, 2.5 times the number a decade ago. Developing countries and the world's poorest and most vulnerable are bearing the brunt. As of November 2022, 37 out of 69 of the poorest countries were in debt distress or at high risk of it. Progress in some areas illustrates promising potential for further advancements. 800 million people connected to electricity between 2015 and 2021. 146 countries have already met or are on track to meet the under 5 mortality target. Effective HIV treatment has cut global AIDS-related deaths by 52% since 2010. Unleashing innovation and technologies powers progress. Medium-high and high technology industries demonstrated robust growth. 95% of the world has mobile broadband access, and 2 in 3 people use the internet. We must make the next 7 years count. We can and must turn things around. But the clock is ticking. To deliver a rescue plan for people and planet, the Secretary General has identified 5 key areas for urgent action. 1. Recommit to transformative SDG action. 2. Advance inclusive policies for equality. 3. Strengthen capacity for SDG progress. 4. Recommit financing SDGs for all. 5. Strengthen UN system for SDGs. World leaders will unite at the SDG Summit to forge a rescue plan anchored by 3 transformative breakthroughs. equipping governance and institutions for sustainable and inclusive transformation, prioritizing policies and investments that have multiplier effects across the goals, securing a surge in SDG financing and an enabling global environment for developing countries. For more information, please see the Sustainable Development Goals Report 2023 Special Edition.
In the spirit of International Youth Day, a message of hope.
I believe in the power of young people. Peace, economic dynamism, social justice, tolerance, all these and more depends on tapping into the potential of youth. Not in some distant future, but today, right now. And that is what International Youth Day is about.
The world's young people need safe spaces where they can freely express their views and pursue their dreams. Public, civic, physical, and digital spaces. Today, more than 400 million young people live in areas affected by armed conflict or organized violence. Millions more face deprivation, abuse, harassment, bullying, and other infringements of their rights. Young women and girls are particularly vulnerable, as are young refugees and migrants, youth living in conflict-prone or humanitarian settings, and LGBTQI young people.
Young people need education and opportunities, decent jobs, meaningful participation, a voice and a place at the table. I am determined that the United Nations listens to the voices of young people, empowers them, and follows their leads. This September, we will launch a new UN strategy on youth, stepping up our work with and for young people. In making the world safe for young people, we make the world better for all.
Happy International Youth Day.
Our gathering today is further graced by the presence of Mr. Thomas Verghese, the chairman of the IP20Y Summit, Kochi. His welcome address shall serve as a compass guiding us through the labyrinth of this transformative day while infusing us with a zeal to foster peace through our discussions and interactions. Sir, we welcome you to grace the stage.
Good morning. Once again, happy International Youth Day, reiterating the wishes of the UN Secretary General and Secretary General's Envoy on Youth. My responsibility is to welcome you all to Day 2 of the International PEACE20 Youth Summit. I propose to do this in 3 parts. First, by giving a brief background about the summit and its objectives, followed by a brief introduction to the sessions of the day, and finally requesting serious engagement with these topics during and beyond the summit. The first International PEACE20 Youth Summit was held last year in Bali. The summit was led by the Prince and Princess of Bali through the Visions of Peace Initiative, a civil society organization that was nominated by the Indonesian Senate for the Nobel Peace Prize. Through the summit, they supported Indonesia's G20 presidency and called on G20 leaders to promote world peace. We are continuing this tradition in India this year by holding the IP20Y Summit in Kochi to promote world peace, calling on G20 leaders and amplifying the United Nations 2030 agenda on sustainable development with an emphasis for localizing the SDGs. The vision of our summit is world peace through sustainable development. It is our firm conviction that without sustainable development, there cannot be peace. Some historical context is due. The post-World War development paradigm emphasized economic growth, measured primarily through the growth in gross domestic product. And this was generally considered acceptable, even if such growth was at the expense of the planet and the people. This created an asymmetrical relationship between economy, society, and environment. Sustainable development as a concept was born in this milieu to correct these imbalances and, in its place, promote a healthy and harmonious relationship between economic activity and people's and planetary well-being. Sustainability, therefore, has a futuristic orientation. The very definition of sustainable development given by the World Commission on Environment and Development in 1987 is pertinent in this context. It defines sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising on the ability of the future generations to meet their needs. The present economic model, based on heavy consumption and mindless exploitation of resources, threatens the very survival of our species. At the present rate, the reports state we need 4 more planets to sustain economic activity on Earth. The status quo clearly cannot continue, and we need a paradigm shift. And the youth have a huge role to play in ushering this, as the future belongs to you. The UN Sustainable Development Goals have been designed to support this work of moving to a new model of development underpinned by the principles of sustainability. The 5 sessions today have been carefully planned with the above context in mind to bring about a change in thinking and promote sustainability through a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder approach. The sessions today shall focus on SDGs across civil society organizations, academic institutions, and businesses, in addition to holding specific sessions on skills, livelihoods, and gender equality. The sessions are moderated by experts in the field. I would like to welcome the moderators of the sessions today, Dr. Abraham Joseph, former Chief Socio-Economic Advisor to the UN, Ms. Sona Thomas, Coordinator, Theresian Center for Research and Development, Mr. Ratnesh R., Executive Director, UN Global Compact, New Delhi Office, Dr. George Matthew, Chairman, Institute of Social Sciences, New Delhi, one of the largest think tanks in Asia, and Ms. Rita Reddy, Senior UN Gender Expert in Malaysia. To enrich the discussions, we have an accomplished panel of speakers offering their valuable experience and insights. A very warm welcome to you all. A special mention to the students and faculty who have come from as far as Vidura in Thiruvananthapuram, Kuttikyanam, Idiki, Thrissur, and Mumbai, and to those who are also participating across the world online. The UN delegates from New York too deserve a special mention for graciously accepting our invitation and traveling across the sea to be with us today. Mr. Vikram Bhatia and Ms. Sandhya Pachiyappan, we are deeply honored to have you in our midst. I extend a very warm welcome to the faculty and teachers of various colleges and schools who have accompanied the students to support their enrichment and thought formation. We deeply appreciate your commitment to the development of children and youth, as you chose to accompany them on a Saturday, which otherwise could have well been a holiday. Finally, the youth. The summit and every tireless effort that has gone into making it possible is dedicated to you, with the lofty hope of supporting you in co-creating a new, sustainable, and peaceful world order. From your side, what is expected is close attention and serious engagement with the discussions and deliberations that would take place today. As youth peace ambassadors, having signed the Peace Pledge, may you be enabled and inspired to work proactively to bring about positive change in society. I wish you all success for a bright future. Happy International Youth Day.
Thank you, sir. In our quest to explore the intersection of youth, peace, and the SDGs, we shall now encourage an illuminating panel discussion. I invite Afreen Abdul Sattar and Ria Anand Kurva to take over the proceedings.
The first of these shall be held by the Venerable Dr. Abraham Joseph, the UN Chief Socio-Economic Advisor and the Chief Patron of the International PEACE20 Youth Summit, Kochi. His moderation shall weave a tapestry of perspectives, enriching our understanding of the pivotal role that civil society plays in shaping our sustainable futures. Before we dive into this enlightening discussion, let us watch two videos from Dharma Bharati Mission, India, and Sai Gramam Global Village.
DPM India works largely in the M Ward East area of Mumbai, which is a microcosm of the city. It is an extreme example of skewed development in the metropolis, with virtually all indicators showing an urgent need for action that is multidimensional, comprehensive, and strategic to serve its burgeoning population. The M Ward sits at the bottom of the 24 wards of Mumbai as far as the human development indices are concerned. It has Asia's second largest and oldest open landfill that still receives around 4,500 metric tons of garbage every day. Air and groundwater are contaminated. Basic amenities conspicuous by absence. Every second male and 6 out of 7 females are unemployed. All these problems highlight the vulnerabilities faced by the urban poor with respect to 4 main indicators: education, livelihood, health, and habitat.
But there is a ray of hope.
In DBM, we are actually focusing on responsible citizenship.
DBM was started with the mission of empowering people. We believe that people can be moved out of hunger and poverty if we empower them. And the way we envisage is that we empower people through education and skilling. So that is why our mission is education, employment, and empowerment.
DBM India works with the urban poor, empowering them to help themselves. We are dedicated to large-scale change. DBM in the last 15 years has been working for the holistic development and empowerment of M Ward East through projects like working with schools for raising their learning outcomes, providing access to quality education, skilling youth, especially women, and tackling malnutrition through midday meals, etc.
Under the education vertical, what we do a host of programs with the budget private schools in the slums of Mumbai, where we started with first, of course, giving midday meal because we feel that you cannot educate on hungry feet. Then we have scholarships for people who want to study further. And now we have, of course, we have started our own education center called Udaan, which is where a selective number of students are given intense training and they want to become role models for the community.
मिलके वक्त है आओ तुम धर्म भारत की मिशन धर्म भारत की मिशन धर्म भारत की मिशन धर्म भारत की मिशन.
And all these projects that I mentioned before are aimed at classes 1 to 10. And then we found that there was a huge dropout after class 10, and even the students, 5% students only who go on to do higher education, they were not having any support. So we have started this Empower Library and Study Center where students studying beyond class 11 up to say even graduation, post-graduation are given all help in terms of books and support.
TBM India believes in empowering through skill training. Vocational skills are a set of skills that help get, perform and master a job. This technical know-how helps a person get ready for the job market. Skill development programs aim to acknowledge the ability of the youth and extend their support by serving them with the proper guidance, infrastructure, opportunities, training and encouragement that helps them achieve their ambitions and good quality employment. PM focuses on both youth and women's skill training. All our programs include life skill training, English speaking and basic IT knowledge. The benefits of empowerment are many. They instill a sense of confidence and make the youth and women resourceful and skill empowered. They make you self-reliant. They allow you to explore, discover and develop your skills and strengths. They make you more aware and they give you a sense of direction.
पत्थरों की इस दुनिया में लहराते पौधे बने पत्थरों की इस दुनिया में लहराते पौधे बने नरम सी छाया हो खुश्क हवा में आशा की बूंदें बने कुछ पौधों को लहराओ इस पत्थर दिल दुनिया में दिल की नमी बढ़ाओ तुम कुछ पौधों को लहराओ इस पत्थर दिल दुनिया में दिल की नमी बढ़ाओ तुम धर्म भारत की मिशन धर्म भारत की मिशन लालसा की आग में बुझने ना दो मानवता का दिया लालसा की आग में बुझने ना दो मानवता का दिया मिलेगा फल
Beginning with one center in 2008, now we are spread over 5 centers, 5 vocational skill centers and 2 education centers. And we have been able to skill and educate around 50,000 people in the last 14 years, and we were proud of that.
रोशनियों में असली उजाले लाओ तुम कुछ दिए और जलाओ इन नकली रोशनियों में असली उजाले लाओ तुम धर्म भारत की मिशन
Spread over 25 acres of land, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, is located Sai Gramam, the flagship project of Sri Satyasai Orphanage Trust. The tranquil and serene atmosphere of the Sai Gramam is enhanced by a tributary of Vamanapuram River, enfolding the sunny spots of its greenery. The first imposing edifice to greet your eyes is a serene shrine dedicated to Bhagavan Shirdi Sai. A flight of steps in the adjacent hillock leads us to the first ever Sri Sathya Sai Baba temple in India. There are other temples of Lord Ganesha, Lord Shiva, Goddess Parvati, and Sai Gayatri. Another place of immense sanctity is the beautiful idol of Sri Buddha. The 140 philanthropic projects under the umbrella of Sri Sathya Sai Orphanage Trust are the physical manifestations of God's divine love. The nerve center of Sai Gramam is Sai Niketan, an orphanage that provides shelter to young boys from poor family backgrounds. Here, the children are provided not just shelter and formal education, but all necessary supplements to their physical, mental, cultural, and moral well-being. Saketam, the old-age home for men, becomes the sanctuary for the lonely and abandoned souls. The inmates find a new life of comfort and happiness here. Sandwanam is set apart for accommodating differently abled boys, providing them with a tranquil atmosphere and unique training suitable for their faculties. They are gently guided and rehabilitated to lead productive lives within their capacities. Sayujim, the old-age home for women, gives a happy stay for the elderly mothers at the twilights of their lives. They were abandoned by the kith and kin, but here they form a new family that loves them unconditionally. They take part in all the daily activities of Sai Gramam because they identify this place as their home. Sometimes they sit together and share the sorrows of their lives. Often they laugh their hearts out, take care of each other, and they even sing to lighten the burdens of their souls. The 24-hour canteen, Sai Naranalayam, is an embodiment of Aditi Devo Bhava. It serves delicious and nutritious vegetarian food for all who knock at the doors. Already, over 4.5 crore people have relished the food served here free of cost. The traditional mechanism of cooking using firewood and modern steam boilers makes it economical and eco-friendly. Maintaining the highest standards of hygiene, Sai Naranalayam becomes more like a family kitchen. Sai Gramam is a paragon for Gram Swaraj. Towards this ideal of a self-reliant village, Sai Gramam maintains Gokulam, a dairy farm for production of milk. The milk-yielding cows nourish the health of inmates and visitors alike. Sathya Sai Vidya Mandir is an educational institution owned by the trust which upholds the moral precepts of ancient Gurukul education. The Montessori school has well-trained teachers and all the facilities to ensure a firm foundation for the future course of life. The students here receive an education based on self-directed activity, hands-on learning, and collaborative play. As a recognition for its exemplary service to humanity, the trust was granted an aided college by the government of Kerala. Sri Sathya Sai Arts and Science College is the first ever aided college in the name of Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. The trust has decided not to set apart any management seats, which is a common means of minting money. The entire campus of Sai Gram is augmented by green energy initiatives like solar rooftop power plants and rainwater harvesting projects. The scenic space of Sai Gramam also provides an exclusive abode to the myriad ageless indigenous art forms of Kerala by dedicating a building cum theatre complex where seasoned artists can stay comfortably and display their talents. The social tourism project preserves the precious art forms to posterity. The villas in Sai Gramam are meant for those who want a peaceful stay in a sprawling space blessed by natural bounties, greenery, and rustic enchantments. All the villas are fully equipped to meet the family's demands. The residents also get good healthcare facilities. There are other numerous projects under Sai Gramam, like Sai Ganesh Hall, which is one of the largest convention centers in Kerala. The Art Village for preserving traditional artisans. A pottery house for clay modeling, etc. Apart from the activities in Sai Gramam, the Trust has extended its hands to other humanitarian endeavors like the Navajeevanam project, which is India's first free dialysis project. The project is included in the Asia Book of Records for the greatest number of free dialysis done. Sri Satyasai Orphanage Trust has also initiated a project of building 108 houses for the victims of endosulfan in Kasaragod district. The government of Kerala has identified the land where the trust has to construct free homes under its Sai Prasadam free housing scheme, which is a rupees 10 crore project. On every 23rd of November, that marks the birthday of Sri Satyasai Baba, Sai Gramam organizes mass marriage for deserving brides and grooms belonging to financially poor backgrounds. During the past 15 years, Sai Gramam could facilitate 305 couples to blissfully tie nuptial knots. The founder and executive director of Sai Gramam, Sri K.N. Anandakumar, believes in the sagacious slogan of Bhagavan Satyasai Baba, service to mankind is service to God. When he chose this path of social service, God worked miracles through him. It needs a special mention that all services provided by Sri Satyasai Orphanage Trust are without cash counters and are absolutely free of cost. Sai Gramam is open for all. This spiritual powerhouse celebrates every religion, respects every culture, and welcomes people of all races.
Let me now invite Dr. Abraham Joseph to take the lead here and introduce the theme and the panelists for this session.
Good morning. Well, a little more louder, please. Good morning. Very good. And also, let me wish you also a happy International Youth Day today. It is being celebrated also in various parts of the world. and various programs are also conducted at the UN headquarters as well as in other cities. Now, I'm asked to moderate Theme 1. The topic is on Youth, Peace and Sustainable Development Goals, Role of Civil Society. We have an excellent panelists who have hands-on knowledge about this issue of youth, peace and sustainable development goals and the role of civil society. Let me mention their name. The panelists are Mr. Paramjit Singh from the National President Dharma Bharati Mission of India. And we have Advocate George Puttikode, Director, Indian Institute of Arbitration and Mediation, Kochi. And we have also with us Ms. Annapurna Devi Saigramam. And we have also Ms. Kavita Matthew, Partnerships Advisor, Giving Tuesday Hub. So I will start with a brief introduction about the importance of youth engagement and also the role of civil society. And as you may also know that civil society plays a very important role in partnership with the UN for the Sustainable Development Goals. Its importance has been increasing over years since 2000, after the MDGs was adopted in that particular year. And there are now more NGOs and civil society organizations that are working hard to implement various projects. Some of the projects are linked with the UN agencies, and some are with the bilateral countries, and some with the multilateral organizations. And there are also foundations, that also provide resources to NGOs and civil society organizations. For your information, UN is the main body of the UN's task is to formulate global policies, both political, economic, humanitarian, and on legal issues. They formulate the global policies. And the agencies, there are 31 UN system agencies. Some of you may know, heard about UNDP, UNICEF, ILO, International Labour Organization, and UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, International Trade Center, Geneva. So we have 31 agencies that does implementation of the programs on the SDGs. That is in brief about the UN system organization. And they work also with the NGOs and civil society organizations. In New Delhi, we have the UN Resident Coordinator's Office. UN Resident Coordinator is like the UN ambassador to India. And under him are various agencies of the UN representatives working, like United Nations Environmental Programme, UNICEF, WHO, and so on. So, the civil society and now the youth organizations also are working, have been working very closely with the country offices. And as mentioned also in the video that the UN has just started the youth office at the UN headquarters, and next year there is going to be youth parliament. So you can see the importance UN is giving to the youth, who are the future leaders, administrators, scientists, astronauts, and so on. Okay? Now, I will stop here with this brief introduction. I'm going to pose questions to the panelists, and how will they answer? Is it, I mean, please, I invite the panelists to come forward. Yep, please. After I pose a few questions and after receiving the answers, then I will open the floor to the audience. You can ask any question to any of the panelists here. Okay, now let's begin. First of all, I would like you to introduce your organization briefly in 2 minutes or 3 minutes maximum. Okay. Can Ms. Annapurna Devi, can you start?
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to be here today. I'm representing Sai Gramam. You must have seen the video, the second video. It's an organization that is based in Trivandrum, and it was started by my father. He's the founder, and I would like to say that I grew up with the organization because it started around 25, 27 years ago when I was 2 years old. And you must have seen how it has grown to a 100 crore project, which is working on all the 17 sustainable development goals today. But 27 years ago, when it started as a small orphanage with around 10 boys, 10 children. And today I'm really proud to say that I grew up with this organization, and I grew up with this understanding that the world is my family. And since Vasudeva Kudumbakam is the theme that we are speaking about here, one world, one family, one earth, I would like to say how I had this privilege of growing up with this understanding, with this belief, and with this experience, because I knew that these children, the grandmothers you saw, all of them had a story to say, a very difficult stories to say. And I grew up knowing about these stories and knowing that in spite of all the differences, we are all together. So some of the projects that we work on there are orphanages and there are people living there in Sai Gramam. Apart from that, there are dialysis projects. There is transgender skill development projects. There are, I think you must have seen already everything I would like to pass on to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Paranjit Singh, could you also introduce your organization to the audience briefly for 2 minutes? Yeah, thanks.
So good morning, everyone. As you just saw the video of the DBM, this DBM was started in the year 2008. India was celebrating its 60th year of independence, and we 7 friends at that time decided we reviewed the situation and we found that, even after 60 years of independence, there were so many people who were dying due to hunger and malnutrition in India. So the idea came up of creating hunger-free communities, basically. And then we deliberated how we can do that. And it is then we decided to start this trust. And we believe in empowering people. We thought that if we have to move people out of hunger and poverty permanently, we need to empower them through education and skilling. And that is what we have been doing in the last 15 years. We've just completed in 2023, we have completed 15 years. And in 15 years, we have managed to, as you heard in the video, around 50,000 families who have been empowered and they have moved out of poverty and hunger. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Ms. Kavita Matthew, Partnerships Advisor, Giving Tuesdays Hub. I must also say a word about Ms. Kavita Matthew. She was earlier working with an organization called AMBA, which is based in Bangalore. And a few years back, Ms. Kavita Matthew and the founder of AMBA received the Microsoft Award for the SDGs. They came and presented their work relating to people with young people with disabilities, how they are making these young people with disabilities as productive members of the society. So just to mention about Kavita Matthew. And Kavita, could you please also explain about your current, current organization's work?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Kavita and it's an absolute honor to be here. I live in Cochin, so to be here talking about SDGs right here in my city, it's an absolute pleasure. I currently work as a partnerships advisor for a movement. It's actually not an organization. It's a movement called Giving Tuesday. It started off as just a single day, and it started as a response to the consumerism that Mr. Thomas Varghese also mentioned, right? The crazy amount of consumerism that's happening in the world. It started off as a response to that. How can we come together as a community to give back on a single day? Actually, in the first year, UN Foundation played a very key role in the launch of Giving Tuesday 11 years ago. But today, 11 years later, it's actually grown into a global generosity movement that's celebrated every day. And it's celebrated in 90 countries around the world by grassroots leaders who all work on a daily basis towards the SDGs, but they're all connected by one common thread. And that thread is to build a community that's based on generosity. So that's in short about the global generosity movement.
Can you also just mention about AMBA, where you work, you got the award, what do you call, Microsoft SDG award, and she came to the headquarters to receive the award, Kavita and the
Sugandha.
CEO.
Yeah. AMBA is a fascinating organization. It's based in Bangalore, and I had the honor to support them for a couple of years. It actually works with adults with moderate to severe intellectual disabilities. And these are people that are often just sidelined, neglected by families because you just don't know what to do, right? And this is an organization that takes care of them from the age of 16 onwards and trains them to do data entry work and give them jobs in a safe, secure environment so that they can earn a living and have the dignity that they actually deserve. So it's a fantastic organization. You can look it up online as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Kavita. Now we have with us Advocate George Puthikode, Director, Indian Institute of Arbitration and Mediation, Kochi. And the same question is also asked to Mr. George. Can you introduce your organization to the audience?
Thank you, sir. Hello, everybody. Indian Institute of Arbitration and Mediation is the pioneer conflict resolution organization in India, especially promoting conflict resolution through mediation. Arbitration is one of the alternate dispute resolution methods, but in this context, I would like to highlight mediation. IAM is the pioneer organization for community mediation services. You know, in India, we have our legal system based on the English common law systems. And that is very time consuming, and for a case to come to a proper conclusion, it could take 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. We've got civil cases which have been pending for 40, 50 years. So right across globally, we've come to a conclusion that mediation would be a quick and peaceful method of resolution of conflicts. So we are trying to shift the entire legal framework into a peaceful change through mediation by promoting time banks, community mediation centers. We've got the PeaceGate app and all paraphernalia to ensure that equity, justice, and fairness without cost, based on underlying interests and not based on rights, is spread throughout the world. That is the intention of Indian Institute of Arbitration and Mediation, and I hope we achieve that sooner or later. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. George. Thank you. Now, my second question to the panelists. Can you give an example of an important initiative you have introduced or ongoing initiative for the youth? Ms. Annapurna?
So when we speak about ongoing initiative, I think I would like to start with the orphanage. Maybe like the idea when we talk about orphanage is probably different for different people, because I would like to share a story about how one child was brought in who was around 3-4 years old, and he had just witnessed his father killing his mother. And the only thing he was able to speak when he came to us was, "I'm going to burn everything." So that was his mindset. So when we talk about a lot of, definitely all the material things, education, health, everything is important. But the mindset is something which is really important, especially for youth. When we talk about children, youth, I believe that to have that mindset to understand things and to connect with people is very important. So once he came, there were definitely, he was into school, there were a lot of things, but a very important thing that Sai Gramam focuses on is the emotional and socio-emotional development, I would say, the holistic development of each individual, especially children and youngsters. So within a few weeks, we could see how the change starts to begin within that human being. So this child is now a very smart young boy who is really doing wonders in his studies and everything. So there is, such stories are there in every single person that we see, and we see how the kind of mindset that we can impact as an individual, as an organization, anything. So focusing on the holistic development is one thing. There is also one more story I would like to share. A boy, he was around 6 years old. It was around 25 years ago. He was almost my same age. And he was a survivor of a bomb blast. And when he was brought in, he was a really good singer. He lost his one right arm and right eye in this bomb blast. He used to sing in the trains, and he used to be a rag picker. So after this incident, he came, and his talent was identified in singing. And now he is actually an employee of the music college. So how lives can be transformed is something very important. And I believe that each one of us can do wonders. It's not about as an organization, but even being aware of ourselves. I would like to ask how we can just reflect on for a minute about what peace is, right? When we talk about peace, if we just think what peace is and where does peace start? I would like to say that my perspective is that peace starts within each one of us, right? Peace starts here, and when we talk about global peace, if each one of us starts practicing or start exploring the peace within us, we will definitely be able to spread. And I would like to say that this has been the experience that I have been seeing, so I just wanted to share.
Thank you very much. Now, to Mr. Paranjit Singh, I also would like you to give an example of an important initiative you have introduced for youth?
So all our programs basically are for youth. The skilling program that we saw basically aims at 18 plus people who have dropped out or not completed their education. So our main emphasis in the slums of Mumbai that we work is to identify such youth who are still ready to make a career for themselves. So we identify those youths, bring them to our centers, give them the skill training as per their aptitude, and get them into jobs. That is the main thing. And the second part is the exposure to the children who are outside the slum. So we work with a lot of youth volunteers. We have tied up with NSS units of all the colleges of Mumbai. And the NSS has approved our program, and they come and teach STEML, which we call, that is STEM and life skills, in the schools that we have adopted in the slums. So we expose these youth who are in the colleges, in the well-off colleges, so that they can also see the reality of actual life in Mumbai, in a city like Mumbai, where the 60% population lives in the slums. So all these students, they come, and the youth, they get sensitized to the real world, and they work. So around 250 volunteers come every year and work with our schools.
Thank you. In fact, to Kavita, I know your organization, mobilizes resources, but how are you working towards the youth? What kind of contribution you're working to youth?
So, like I said, right, Giving Tuesday is a global generosity movement. It was started by just individuals and organizations coming together. And about 5-6 years ago, there was a young girl. Her name was Chloe Thompson. She just wrote to Giving Tuesday's Instagram page. And she said, "Do you have Giving Tuesday for kids? What can kids do?" So the person who responded could have responded in any way, but that person said, "We don't, but would you like to create it?" And that was the launch of something called as Giving Tuesday Spark, which is basically a generosity movement run by young people between the ages of 6 and 21 around the world. And I mean, every time I read about the stories of these young people or just have conversations with them, I'm so fascinated and filled with hope that the world is going in the right direction. And I just want to tell you some stories of a few of those young people. Chloe herself, at the age of 6, she started something called as Chloe Cares. And basically what she does is she distributes toiletry bags to women who are experiencing homelessness. And there's a Shreya Venkat, who has just turned 20. She and her sister have started an organization called Nest for Us, and they touch on 14 of the SDGs. There's another young girl, she's 24, Imane, she's in Morocco. She started something known as Concealed Narratives, which basically uses storytelling and digital advocacy to raise awareness about gender-based violence, so touching on goals. She's really passionate about touching on goals 3, 4, and 5. Then this cutest one is this young boy called Justin. When he was in kindergarten, he loved frogs, and then he found out that frogs are in danger. What can we do about it? So he tried to find solutions to really solve the problem about the fact that frogs are in danger. And today he's 11. He is a very strong climate change advocate. Then my most favorite one, which I'm sure a lot of people here will also be fascinated by, it's called Trees for Goals. It's a young boy in Kenya. He was 12 years old when he started this. He's a footballer. And what he said was, every time I hit a goal when I play football, I'll plant a tree. So it started with just him, like you said, right? Peace starts with you, change starts with you. So it started with him, and now his entire team, his community, and he's getting his country, and he's going to global conferences and speaking about Trees for Goals, and anybody can be a part of that. So there are young people around the world who are passionate about change, and Giving Tuesday is a network that supports these young people through resources, through trainings, workshops, and the most important one is peer connection, which means connecting with other young people who are doing things similar to you. Because sometimes when you try to change the world, you'll get overwhelmed, especially as a young person, and you don't know what to do, where you can start. But connecting with someone else who's thinking like you in another part of the world or in your own community can really make a world of a difference.
Thank you.
I like the
now,
frogs too.
My question is to Mr. George Puthikot. The same question. Can you give illustrate an example of an important initiative for youth?
Yes. The Indian Institute of Arbitration Mediation have got, curriculum. We teach mediation, and we've designed curriculum for the youth, where the youth are empowered to act as mediators or mediation as assistants in community mediation centers across the country. We have tied up with national law schools and other law colleges where mediation is taken, community mediation is taken to the doorstep. What is the biggest crisis? We are talking about peace, and what could be the biggest crisis in any unit? A family unit is what I mean. You go out on a walk in the morning. A stray dog bites you. Is there anybody answerable? Is the panchayat answerable? Okay, the panchayat is answerable. But there is a cost. Like if he goes to give a complaint to the police, he loses a wage. Or if there's a conflict between the husband and wife, if the husband beats the wife, for example, she cannot go to the police station and give a complaint because of social issues. So, community mediation centers takes. I've just given very minor examples because these are things that happen in villages and rural lives. So, to touch rural lives, we've taken the concept of mediation through the youth, through youth volunteers who've been trained in mediation, to the doorsteps of each household in extremely rural areas. And how do you resolve these issues? We don't go and tell them, oh, okay, go to the police station, file a case. That's not what mediation is about. Mediation is a harmonious approach for resolving conflicts. You look at the underlying interests. I was talking about the husband beating the wife or abusing children after, I'm not talking about sexual abuse, I'm saying abusing his children, because criminal law is an entirely different field. But, when parents abuse their children verbally or for not going to school or for going to school, whatever it is, there could be underlying issues there. In mediation, what we try to communicate is that it is not a rights-based process. Rights means legal rights. We are not talking about fundamental rights, or we are not talking about legal rights. We are looking at a harmonious approach where we identify what the interests of each parties are. There's this classic story of a sibling, two siblings, a brother and a sister, fighting over an orange. So the father says, you cut it into half. That is the solution, because that's a rights-based approach. Both children are equal, and I am giving both children the orange equally. So they go to the mother. The mother talks to them, and she finds out what the children need. She finds that the girl child her daughter wanted to bake a cake, and she wanted the orange peel, and the son wanted the orange for a juice. So the approach is what the interests are. The father cut the orange into two and gave it equally. That is a fair approach. But here both sides are happy. So that is I just gave this minor example so that you understand what the difference between a rights-based approach and a harmonious approaches, underlying interests. So we have tied up with colleges, with youth, and we've trained them as mediators or mediation assisters to go to rural households and bring justice to doorsteps. That is a small facet of what IAM has done. And, we've done much more, but I just wanted to give you this brief introduction of what we've done for the youth.
Thank you very much. Now, there's another important question. Localizing SDGs and monitoring progress. Localizing SDGs and monitoring progress. What role NGOs, CSOs, working with youth can contribute? Your views on this issue. Did you get my question? Or you want me to repeat? That is, what role youth can play also in localizing SDGs and monitoring progress, and what role NGOs and CSOs can also assist the youth?
So I think, as we discussed before, it starts from each person, right? So I think as an organization, as a CSO, it is very important to create that awareness and give the exposure to the youth around. A very simple story, I heard somebody sharing how their child of around probably 6 or 7 years, not knowing where the milk comes from. Whether they were not aware, okay, milk comes from the cow. And here at Sai Gramam, you could see how we are also close to environment and nature so much. So the children grow up seeing the milk coming from cow. These are basic things if you think about it. But it actually connects you to the things around you, whether it be the environment, whether it be the people. So I believe that, as all of you discussed, each of you have a cause and mission that you work on. And to give that exposure to the children around, the youth around is very important. Because I believe that the exposure that I got from my childhood is something that has made me the person that I am today, and my work is getting impacted because of that. Similarly, the opportunity to see what the reality is. Because today we are constantly having a lot of importance to academia, definitely that is important. But as we have more wonderful doctors, engineers, lawyers, advocates, it is also important that they feel connected to the surroundings and also the reality around you. Because we constantly hear about very experienced doctors committing things such as medical malpractice, or people, highly educated people, doing something very unjust, right? So how much ever we grow, it is important that we get connected to the reality around, and I believe that CSOs have that role of creating that awareness and giving that exposure to the youth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The same question to Mr. Paramjit Singh, localizing SDGs and monitoring progress. What role can NGO CSOs working with the youth can contribute? Your views on this issue, please.
See, most of the NGOs are working on the causes that these SDGs espouse. So like we also showed that we are working on 4 SDGs, no poverty, hunger, gender equality, women empowerment, and even reducing inequalities. So what we do is that we actually expose our youth to all these things, telling them about how when they're coming to a school to just teach a student or mentoring a student, it is not not just teaching that child, but how their work is impacting the overall scenario in the country and the world at large. So we have an orientation session for the volunteers whenever they come. We have an orientation session, and there we expose them to all these things, the SDGs, the figures that I spoke about yesterday and today also. We tell them how many people still, as I don't know the youth here that know, today also in India, 6,000 people die due to hunger and malnutrition every day in India, and 25,000 in the world. So that actually in India, if you see 6,000 means around 22 lakh children, youth die due to hunger and malnutrition in India. So this is the kind of exposure that we give to the youth when they come for the orientation, and tell them the importance of the work that they're going to do. It is not just teaching them simple maths, science or something. They are by themselves empowering people, and how they are helping in the global mission of improving the SDGs.
Thank you. Now to Kavita also the same question. Can you answer?
Sure, yeah. I actually came across a concept very recently. It's an initiative by Brookings and Rockefeller Foundation. It's called 17 Rooms. They're basically rooms to discuss the different SDGs, but making sure the other SDGs are also aligned. So 17 different rooms where people come together and have conversations about the SDGs. And the outcome, the ideal outcome of those conversations is some practical steps that people can go back to their communities and start taking to lead towards the SDGs. And I was just thinking out loud when you asked that question, what if we have education institutions and non-profits partnering together to host these 17 rooms with young people moderating those conversations, with young people and others in the room having those conversations. And if you go on to 17 Rooms website on the internet, they actually have beautifully explained how to host a 17 Rooms room. So anyone can host those rooms. And the entire toolkit is available on how to have that conversation. So I was just thinking out loud of how nonprofits, youth, and education institutions can all come together to host some of those. Because we can all sit and listen to presentations about SDGs unless we are having a conversation and involving everyone in it. There's very little action that you can take. So just an idea.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. George Potikot, the same question, localizing SDGs and monitoring progress. What role can your institution, by working with youth, can contribute?
Thank you, sir. As the distinguished moderator has asked a question about what the youth, what contribution is being done to the youth with regard to sustainable development goals, I would just, start with old age.
Excuse me, I'd like some information about when we say localizing, at grassroots level, like panchayats. And,
yes.
Like blocks and districts, that's what I meant.
I understood. So what I'm saying is, we are becoming an aging population, aging country. By 2050, 20% of our population is going to be aged. And what IAM is doing is we've started this process called time banking. Time banking is where I'm starting with old age homes, and I'll connect it how the youth is being helped with this. So time banking is a concept where you don't get paid for the time you do as a mediator, for example. Old age homes have got social capital of people who can be useful to society and to their country by contributing their knowledge and participating in conflict resolution. We have developed an app called the PEACE20 app, which the youth will have to help locally visit all these old age homes and teach them how to use this PEACE20 app and get them entrenched into technology for the development of peace. That is what we've done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the panelists. I have a few more questions, but I would like to give more time to the audience to ask questions. So it's a time for you to ask questions to the panelists. Can you raise your hands if you would like to ask a question? Yes, there is one.
Hi, thank you.
Please introduce yourself first.
Hi, my name is Pararaturi. I'm from Sophia College, Mumbai. I wanted to ask, as we all know, that the youth has become very detached and desensitized from harsher realities because of higher levels of consumerism and completely virtual living. And since you all work in this area, what do you think? What, according to you, is the best way or the most effective and impactful way to approach the youth about this? Because as we know, as I see around myself, there's a lot of youth that is unaware. They can make impact, but they have the potential to make impact, but they don't have the awareness. So how do we approach the youth to make this happen? What, according to you, will be the most impactful? Anyone can answer.
So, please.
So, like I mentioned initially, that is what we do. We work with the NSS unit. So, most of the youth, if they can, volunteer with NSS, and NSS does projects with NGOs where they are exposed to the harsh realities of life. See, not only youth, there are so many people in this country who don't look beyond their nose. They live in a ocean of poverty, but they're not aware. They're just cribbing about their problems. Their laptop is not new, their mobile iPhone, they don't have the latest iPhone, that kind of. And so much problem. India has every problem. We are number one in the world. We have the highest number of blind, we have the highest number of autistic people. Everything, we are number one. And there's so much to do in this country. But unfortunately, all of us, the youth and the older generation, they are not aware of what is happening. In a city like Mumbai, the slums are hidden, below all these the buildings that we make and the flyovers that we make, so that the slums are not visible to the visiting people. But it is the harsh reality of life, and the youth have to, of course, as you said, we have to approach them through units like NSS in the colleges. And the youth themselves, I think most of the colleges have now made volunteering compulsory as a part of their career. Even the schools, some of the schools have made that you have to volunteer and do social service. So I think that's a good way of exposure that the youth can get, and they get to know about the realities of life.
Thank you. Even teachers can ask questions, so please don't think that it's only for students. Those teachers in the audience also can ask questions. Can you?
So,
Please introduce yourself first.
hi, I am Daya Fatima, a student of grade 10. My question is to all four panelists. We know that substance abuse is an issue that we have been dealing with historically, and the government have taken various initiatives to solve this issue. But to the general youth, it seems that these initiatives are not very effective and only for face value. If your organization was to go about resolving the issues, conflicts, and effects of substance abuse on society, how would you go about this?
Yes, these are to the panelists, all the panelists. This is a very important issue. Yeah. Very important, which the youth is faced with.
Yeah. All of us are aware that the youth is the nation or the world is facing this grave crisis. So, one of the reasons I see for this is that I think our youth is not being, transformed with useful agenda in their lives. If you look at, any crowd outside, young or old, all of them are, busy with their mobile phones. I don't know. See, the mobile phone is a useful tool, but people have become addicted, and I know cases where the youngsters steal money to get a new phone. At the same time, they steal money from their parents. This I'm talking as a practicing lawyer. They steal from their parents, their friends. They borrow they get all these crazy ideas and they get onto drugs, hardcore drugs. Earlier it was only marijuana. Now it's, I don't even know the names. They call it MDMA and, heavy stuff like that. The other things were called soft drugs. Now, one way I foresee, I don't know how useful my organization would be for that, but I'm always willing to associate with anybody for this, menace. Indian Institute of Arbitration per se might not be able to, but we are willing to cooperate or collaborate with anybody for one way I would see is to put the youth or, ensure that the youth does productive work. Mr. Paramjit was talking about NSS, the NCC, NSS. If the youth or the children are driven to such organizations, their ideas, their goals will change and they will, shift from a negative approach in society. But one thing I see in most schools, I'm not talking about Choice School. Both my children studied in Choice, coincidentally. I don't know about other schools because I can't speak for them. But, when I was in school, only the best children were given opportunities in drama, debate, theater, and the mediocre or below average. There's nobody who's below average or mediocre. Everybody has to be, trained and developed, which I didn't, my children didn't face that, but I've seen that probably it's a generational change. Now, every child has to be, observed and see how he can be developed. I think that would be the route for transformation. That's my take on this. Thank you, sir.
Kavita, as a young social worker, I'd like to hear your views.
I'm no subject matter expert on this, I must be honest, but I feel like the people who are making policies, trying to create the change, are not from the generation that's facing this problem. So I feel like the solutions need to come from the young people themselves, because they understand what the problem is more than anyone else. So I feel like if we can create, as adults, if we can create platforms for the young people's ideas to reach the government, there's nothing like it, because they know their friends, they know people in their network who are under the influence of drugs, are getting pulled into that. They understand their friends more than the government will ever understand, right? So how can we get these ideas from young people would be something that we should think about.
Okay, Mr. Paramjit Singh.
So as a concrete measures that we do in our NGO basically is that all the volunteers who come to work with the children adopted by us, the schools adopted by us, they have to sign a child safeguard policy that the government has made. Every volunteer has to sign that because there's a rule that any person working with even as staff, even all the team members of DBM have to sign before they start working. Every new staff that joins. And similarly, in the organization itself also, as a concrete measure, we have implemented POSH, the policy, as you know, the prevention of sexual activity. So we have, all the employees have to sign that also. So in a way, we are trying to do, amongst the people whom we work, we are trying to create a safe environment so that there is no wrong touch by the volunteers or anything obliquely also done by them, and we immediately remove them if certain, because we have a absolutely zero tolerance policy towards all this. So as a NGO, we are doing that. And of course, in the schools that we're doing, teaching life skills, we are also teaching about all this, bad touch and correct touch and all those things. We are doing that.
I believe that to find effective solutions, it is important to change our lens from what is happening to why it is happening. So when we look at what is happening, okay, this is right, this is wrong. And that is also kind of a process that has been going on. We tell our children, we tell the people around, this is right, this should be done, this is wrong, this should not be done. We are not giving them the space to reflect on why it is wrong, right? So I think through education also, one thing we can constantly support is to give the students in schools, in every platform, to constantly reflect on their behavior. From childhood, we are told, okay, you should not do this, you should do this. But they, at one point, they reach a point of frustration or where they feel that, why am I just constantly adhering to somebody else's decisions? I just want to do something. So there is this rebellion that is happening. And that is many a times the cause for reaching or depending on substance abuse. And I believe that giving that platform constantly from childhood where they can reflect on their behavior and decide, I'm not doing this because this will affect in this way. The children or the youth should have the power of decision making where they feel that they are getting to make the decision and how the decisions are going to impact their lives as well as the lives around them. So I think through education, that would be a very wonderful way we can reach out.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we have overrun the time. I'm sorry for that. I know there are many more questions you may like to ask, but you can approach the panelists independently later during the lunch break. Now, I want all the audience to give put your hands together and give thanks to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for that enriching session. The journey of our minds shall now transition to the realm of education as we delve into the second panel discussion under the insightful guidance of Ms. Sona Thomas, R&D Coordinator and Deputy Director of SLATE, St. Teresa's College, Ernakulam. We shall navigate the pathways that educational institutions tread in the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, both on their campuses and beyond. Before we begin, let us watch a video message from Mr. Omar Hernandez of the UN Academic Impact Office, New York.
Hello, my name is Omar Hernandez. I'm from Venezuela. I am a public information officer at the United Nations, and I'm also the program manager of the United Nations Academic Impact here in the Education Outreach section within the Outreach Division of the Department of Global Communications at the United Nations Secretariat, again here in New York. I'm very pleased to address you on behalf of the UN Academic Impact. We are an initiative that engages with institutions of higher education around the world to connect them with the goals, purposes, mandates, and principles of the United Nations, and to collaborate in the pursuit of their dreams to have a better world for all of us. I believe, and we truly believe, that the aspirations of mankind are somehow reflected in the United Nations Charter provisions. And this is a very timely opportunity to speak to you about peace, but also to speak to you about what peace means for universities and colleges. It is very clear that we are facing a number of global challenges and a wide range of obstacles to achieve our dreams, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals that were adopted by the international community back in 2015. We are now in the decade of action for the SDGs, which means that the time to talk about the SDGs, the time to discuss the feasibility about the SDGs, the time to theorize about the SDGs, that time has passed and is behind us. The time right now is to do whatever we can with the resources we have to make sure that those Sustainable Development Goals are not goals, but rather concrete realities tangible realities for all of us, but particularly for those of us who are most vulnerable, those who are more discriminated, those who are suffering, those who are fleeing their countries, those who don't have a voice. We have to give them a voice, but we also have to give them solutions. We have to be creative. We have to have ideas on how to solve all these challenges and obstacles I talked about before. And when it comes to academia is actually one of the stakeholders that is referenced to in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and it's referenced in such a way that it says that academia is relevant in the implementation of the SDGs. And when we say that implementation, it means that we are not only going to teach about it or create awareness about it, we are actually going to do something more concrete about it. And the role of universities and colleges cannot be underestimated. And when I say universities and colleges, I mean not only what happens at the institutional level, I'm also talking about the impact of the work, the daily work of staff, of faculty, researchers, scientists, but also students at the undergraduate and graduate level. The importance of youth cannot be underestimated either. And when we speak about what happens on campus, we also have to speak about what happens beyond campus, because the role of universities goes way beyond the gates of the university or college. Because the impact of the teaching, the research, and the community engagement activities that are conducted within and by institutions of higher education are critical, are crucial factors in the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Institutions of higher education not only teach and train, but also create awareness. They draft legislation, they provide policy advice, they conduct surveys, as well as research. They work with different stakeholders, they incubate ideas and solutions. So the amount of work, the amount of valuable knowledge that lies in institutions of higher education should be one of the most important factors we have to consider, not only to reduce the gap between research and policy and decision making, but also to make sure that the utopia of the SDGs are no longer an utopia, but actually are the common side for people all over the world. And this is particularly true when it comes to the countries in the developing world. But in order for all that to be a reality, we first have to be aware of the importance that we have and you have. The role assigned to fulfill the aspirations enshrined in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development lies primarily in governments and member states of the UN. But the 2030 Agenda itself is very clear when it says that we all have a shared responsibility. And of course, I am aware that you might be familiar with the concept of corporate social responsibility, which pretty much impacts the private sector, the industry, companies, even small companies around the world. But let's speak about the intellectual social responsibility. What responsibilities do you have in the places of study where you are, in the places where you teach, in the places where you research? What's the responsibility that lies in institutions of higher education? Think about that. But while you think about that, think also about those who at this particular moment have nothing to eat, have no place to stay, have no shelter, have no access to basic services. Think about the biodiversity we are affecting. Think about the effects of climate change that are being felt all around the world. Think about the future for our future generations, those who are coming behind us, but also for ourselves in the future time. Think about that while you also think about what is your role and what impact your voice and your work and your actions should and must have. And I thank you.
We now invite Madam Sona Thomas to take lead here and introduce the theme and the panelists for this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and my dear students, good morning and a warm welcome to the second panel discussion. The focus of this discussion is on educational institution and implementation of sustainable development goals on campus and beyond. As mentioned by the head of UNAI, Mr. Hernandez, I picked 3 things that he mentioned here, and I would like to reiterate it. It is peace and justice, giving voice to the voiceless, and walking the talk. He mentioned that the time to talk about and theorize about the Sustainable Development Goals is way past. It's time for action and concrete and creative implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And it is, I feel very honored to be part of this panel discussion because we'll be speaking to students from schools and colleges, and we have with us 5 educational institutions who have in some way creatively and innovatively been able to implement the Sustainable Development Goals within the campus and also locally and beyond. For the first presentation, I would like to invite the team from Chinmaya School, Vadidala, Aditya C. and Meenakshi.
A warm good afternoon to one and all. It was this day 5 years back, Kerala was grappled with the consequences of its own actions. Let me drive your attention to Aluva, which bore the brunt of the deluge. In fear of flood, the residents migrated to Kakanad, expecting a safe haven. But nature had its own plans through Brahmapuram. Now, my question to you all is, would you rather keep on running or face the challenges heads-on along with us? That, ladies and gentlemen, is why we are here today. The key to that question lies in the concept of sustainable development. That is, to deal with the present without harming the future. As student ambassadors, we are here to highlight how our school contributes to the global footprint of attaining few of the 17 SDGs. We now have a video presentation to you.
Sustainable Development Goal 1 calls for an end to poverty in all its manifestations by 2030. In accordance with this goal, our school has adopted a tribal village in Attapadi, supporting 18 poor families. Our students have visited various orphanages, a cancer center, and distributed medicines, stationery, and other essentials. A fistful of rice and groceries every Thursday for the past 2 decades has helped us in accomplishing Goal 2, which is about creating a world free of hunger by 2030. Alongside, we have been a host of various charity outreach programs via our social service and interact clubs, working around the clock to help the people in distress.
Goal 3 emphasizes on ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all. Promotion of yoga, athletic coaching, regular health checkups, vaccination campaigns, sessions on waste management and healthy living styles, anti-drug and anti-tobacco campaigns, cleanliness drives are just a few methods by which we accomplish this goal.
Sustainable Development Goal 4 ensures inclusive and equitable quality education and promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all. Value-based education through implementing the Chinmaya Vision program, focusing on the 4 main pillars: integrated development, Indian culture, patriotism, and universal outlook. It ensures an all-round development and caters to providing good quality education, laying equal emphasis on scholastics and post-scholastics, exposing the students to diverse avenues of arts, sports, clubs, and leadership programs. These are all just few attempts undertaken by us to accomplish this goal. Certification by the British Council for the Outstanding Development in Internationalism and an award for the excellence in the field of education by CEIR are just a few accolades we have received by catering to SDG 4.
Goal 6 emphasizes on ensuring availability and sustainability of water for all. RO purified water, availability of free masks, basic hand washing facilities, and a hygienic environment are all part of our contribution to the fulfillment of this goal. Rainwater harvesting is undertaken by our school and recycled water is used to water the plants. Our school is selected for the Swachh Vidyalaya Puraskar instituted by Government of India to recognize, inspire and celebrate excellence in sanitation and hygiene practices. Our school is also an active member of H2OH Waterwise program, a project conducted to create national awareness of water by USO in collaboration with UNESCO.
Our school provides an inclusive learning environment to meet the dynamic needs of a diverse set of students. We have well-equipped, well-trained facilitators to guide the specially able children. We also conduct frequent interactions with special schools and shelter homes, all in a bid to accomplish Goal 10, which focuses on reducing inequalities. We are also sponsoring a child's education by collaboration with the SOS Children's Village, Alua. We have also received awards for contributions towards Indian Association for the Blind.
Sustainable Development Goal 12 calls for responsible consumption and production patterns. In accordance with this, our school is part of the National Recycling Initiative, where students are encouraged to bring plastic and other dry recyclable waste for the WOW project. Our school campus is also a strictly plastic-free zone where any form of plastic is discouraged. Our school has also won the award for the category Best Out of Waste in collaboration with CEIR, promoting the concept of the 5 R's as part of the initiative Wellbeing Out of Waste.
UN SDG Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. As part of the Energy Swaraj program, an initiative to raise awareness on climate changes, we received 4 climate clocks as a token of appreciation for the successful completion of 12 modules of Energy Literate program by more than 500 students. We have contributed to the flood relief outreach program by way of donating food supplies, bed sheets and other essentials. We have been awarded the Haritha Jyoti Prashamsa Award of Madhrubhumi in recognition of our strong commitment to the SEED program and contribution towards environmental protection.
Promoting the importance of tiger conservation is part of our attempt at realizing Goal 15, which aims at restoring, protecting and promoting sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems. We continue to be a part of the Green Mission by encouraging students to participate in Wild Wisdom Quiz, Tiger My Friend, Worldwide Quiz, Jim Corbett and Terry. We initiate birds and ecological clubs inside the school campus. We also have participated in the National Bird Census at Kadamakudi. Our school is a part of the Kochi Ecosystem Restoration Challenge. We have put forward a budget proposal for the modification of Mangalavanam, the lungs of Kochi. One of our many interactions with distinguished personnel include that of Sri K.V. Dayal, who created an artificial forest at Alapura.
We cater to SDG 16, peace, justice and strong institutions by way of various activities which includes donation of essentials to the needy to help the ongoing Manipur crisis, interaction with the Chief Justice of Kerala in awareness about legal studies as part of the Samvada program and conduction of MUN competitions.
In collaboration with UNESCO to conserve World Heritage Sites, our school was the only one selected for the program. We were also selected in the 2022 World Heritage Volunteer Project instituted by UNESCO. We took part in the Heritage Walk from Fort Kochi to Coast Guard headquarters. These are all just a few ways by which we realized Goal 17, which calls for partnership with stakeholders in achievement of the goals.
With a unique vision program, the Chinmaya Vision Program as our USP that is completely aligned with the theme of G20, we students understand the importance of doing responsible actions right from childhood to save our planet. The Chinmaya family caters to honing the multiple talents and intelligence of a diverse set of students, coupled with the caring for the environment, making it the best educational resource.
In embracing sustainable development, the innovative spirit of our youth emerges as the driving force propelling us towards a future where environmental harmony, social equity, and economic prosperity coexist. This is Team Chinmaya signing off. Thank you and Hari Om.
Thank you, Team Chinmaya, for the very engaging presentation. I would invite you to be a part of the panel. We would now move on to the next presentation, and the Q&A would follow after all the presentations are done. The next presentation is by our host school, the Choice School. I would like to invite Nia, Peter, and N. Aditya Dev to please kindly.
Your classes are over. Break time starts now.
Choice School envisions to provide a happy, caring, and stimulating environment where children can recognize and achieve their fullest potential so that they can make their best contribution to society. This commitment has led us to align our values and initiatives with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Going beyond conventional education, we've woven sustainability, social responsibility, and global awareness into every aspect of our framework, nurturing a generation that will champion them, paving the way for a fairer, more sustainable future.
Mr. Jose Thomas is our visionary educator, an extraordinary leader par excellence, best known for his role as the founder of the Choice School in Kochi, India. His vision embodies a resounding commitment to the SDG goals. His guiding principles of knowledge, character, and health serve as a compass, steering all our endeavors towards nurturing well-rounded individuals who thrive in a rapidly changing world. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for quality education, the Choice School approach encapsulates not only academic excellence, but also the cultivation of strong character and physical well-being.
The Choice School has instituted impactful outreach programs to empower marginalized groups. These initiatives echo SDGs like no poverty and quality education. Through a simple yet impactful practice, students set aside rice daily, symbolizing their commitment to zero hunger and reduced inequalities. Collected over a month, this rides aids those in need, addressing immediate food security challenges. Their generosity transcends food. Redirecting personal expenses towards charity showcases good health and well-being as well as quality education SDGs. Purchasing medicines for government hospital cancer patients intertwines the Choice School's values with the SDGs' essence.
Embracing empathy and social responsibility, the Choice School goes beyond education by actively championing the principles of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We firmly believe that education should instill a sense of duty towards the world we inhabit. By integrating SDGs like no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being into our ethos, we cultivate a profound understanding of the challenges our global community faces. Through our curriculum and initiatives, we empower students to develop innovative solutions and make impactful contributions, ensuring a brighter and more equitable future for all. Through diverse and impactful initiatives like visiting the flood-affected Chedamangalam village, students offered assistance and learned about the local handloom industries, cultural importance, and community ties.
Championing marginalized voices, our students support the Hidden Voices Reading Club and Bhumi Women's Collective. Fostering inclusivity, they promote education for the visually impaired. This aligns with the leaving no one behind principle of SDGs, showcased via Bhumi's upcycling of tailoring excess into dolls with voice-enabled chips. These dolls aid learning for resource-limited children.
At the Choice School, environmental responsibility comes alive through the Green Team Club's partnership with Planet Earth, a Kerala-based voluntary organization. Together, they exemplify sustainability by cleaning the Munambam Harbour in Kochi. It started with collecting newspapers, their sale proceeds funding porous sacks. These sacks were distributed to local fishermen in the Munambam Harbour, turning them into environmental champions. They collect plastic waste from oceans and surroundings, combating the plastic crisis.
As a pivotal avenue of education that goes beyond traditional boundaries, the Choice School students engage in workshops centered on sustainable farming practices where hydroponics emerges as a prominent player. Such practices empower students with practical insights into cultivating crops through water-based solutions, minimizing the reliance on traditional soil-based methods.
At the Choice School, the fusion of education and advocacy takes center stage as our class assemblies become powerful platforms for promoting sustainable practices within our school community. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, these assemblies serve as impactful forums for raising awareness about the pressing need for sustainability.
In an international collaboration for global sustainability, Choice School teamed with GEMS Dubai for a transformative SDG-based project. This partnership united students across borders to address SDGs such as eradicating poverty and promoting education. In the first project, our students designed a blueprint to convert banana stem fibers and pineapple leather into wearable fabric in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Hello everybody, I am Ananya Cha from the Choice School, Kochi, India, and I have been leading Team 1 so far. My teammates are Aditya, Anika, Aisha, Mayuk, and Aaron. The SDG that we have taken up is SDG 13, Climate Action. And our driving question is, how do we reduce greenhouse gas emissions that are caused due to footwear?
In the second initiative, our students worked on a project centered around the adverse effects of overfishing, circulating it amongst various educational institutions to raise awareness about the same. They also designed a prototype to take in and shred e-waste while salvaging precious metals.
At the Choice School, fostering an eco-friendly mindset and instilling a deep sense of environmental responsibility is not just a goal, but a vibrant reality embodied by the Tierra Crusaders Club. This dynamic club stands as a testament to the school's unwavering commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly climate action and life on land. In their pursuit of a more sustainable future, the club has taken an ambitious pledge towards achieving zero plastic school, showcasing their commitment to reducing the harmful impact of plastic waste on our environment. The Tierra Crusaders Club embraces clean energy solutions, exemplified by the innovative solar cooker project. One noteworthy highlight of their journey was the enlightening attraction with Mr. Krishna Mackenzie, the visionary founder of Solitude Farm, an organic farm cafe in Oroville, who took them through the practices of organic farming, cultivating a naturalistic sense within them. The Choice School embarked on a journey towards promoting conscious and eco-friendly living, guided by Ms. Amruta Kishore, founder of Elemental. Aligned with environmental sustainability and responsible consumption, the school's efforts strongly echo SDG goals like climate action, life on land, and below water. The club's journey to becoming food heroes is a remarkable testament to their dedication. By adopting sustainable practices like growing their own produce, the Tierra Crusaders Club helped lower carbon footprints linked to food production and transportation.
At the Choice School, education transcends traditional boundaries, intertwining seamlessly with the global vision outlined by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The school's commitment to these goals is not confined to standalone initiatives. It is deeply ingrained within the very fabric of the curriculum. Through this approach, students are encouraged to think critically, make connections, and understand how their education is intrinsically linked to real-world challenges.
In a world where the allure of harmful substances poses a significant threat to our youth, the Choice School's Anti-Narcotics Club emerges as a beacon of awareness and empowerment. Committed to safeguarding young lives, this club educates and enlightens students about the dangers of drug abuse, aligning its efforts with the overarching goals of creating a healthier and safer society. The Anti-Narcotics Club conducts sessions, discussions, and campaigns, equipping students with the knowledge and tools to make informed decisions.
At the Choice School, the principles of gender equality extend to the realm of sports, creating an environment where every student's athletic potential is recognized and celebrated regardless of their gender. Creating a harmonious society, the school contributes to nurturing well-rounded individuals who are poised to champion equality and social justice throughout their lives.
The Health Development and Educational Service Department at the Choice School, entrusted with catering to the special education needs of students, has undertaken a dedicated commitment to align its efforts with the Sustainable Development Goals set forth by the United Nations. Understanding the imperative of equitable education, social inclusion, and holistic development, the HDES department ensures that its strategies and endeavors resonate harmoniously with the core principles of the SDG. Thank you for considering our commitment towards the SDG goals. The Choice School hopes to work together to a brighter, sustainable future for all.
Thank you, Team Choice School. Nia and Aditya, you can join the panel discussion. Next, we have Government VNHHS School, Vittura from Thiruvananthapuram. We could have the team here. We have Ms. Pooja P. Nair and Ellen S. Pramod. Please do come to the stage.
respective delegates, dear audience, a very warm good morning to everyone. I'm Alinus Pramod, studying at Government Vocational High Secondary School, Vidura, Thiruvananthapuram. We are very happy to present some of the activities we have been doing as a part of Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. We have a campaign for this named I Am the Solution. I Am the Solution campaign is led by the Student Police Cadet program in our school. I would like to say what is SPC, Student Police Cadet Program. Student Police Cadet Program is a joint venture of Home and General Departments of Education aimed at fostering discipline, leadership quality, and civil responsibilities among school students. And this program instills the value of empathy, respect for law, love for nature, and social awareness among young minds. Now, I would like to welcome Kumari Pooja P. Nair to speak about our I Am the Solution campaign activities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, has any one of you ever set up a school of your own? Have you? Yeah, I guess most of the answers will probably be a no. But we have set up a school of our own. We, the students of Government Vocational and Higher Secondary School Vidura, set up not just one or two, 4 schools on our own. Let me introduce you to Kuttipallikudam. So, it's a part of the 4th SDG, Quality Education. Kuttipallikudam is a facility for giving additional support in learning for tribal students of our Panchayat. We set up 4 such COVID schools. During the pandemic, when every single school of India were closed down, our Kuttipallikudams were still working and more than 100 students were learning from these schools. Our students, our senior students taught these students and along with the teachers, and I feel proud to share these pictures with you. We raised the amount by selling scraps. There were some sponsors, of course, but mostly we collected the fund from selling scraps, newspapers, and we did little jobs as we were able to. Next, Feed a Stomach program. It's a part of the 2nd SDG, Zero Hunger. During the dreadful situation of COVID-19, our cadets distributed more than 5,000 food packets and about 500 families were provided with food kits and vegetable kits. We covered 23 tribal settlements in a very short period. Next project. Zero Tolerance to Child Marriage. It was a campaign led by Kalinga Fellowship and Bridge Institute against child marriage. Our school was the first in India to pilot this 3-month campaign, and our students led this campaign for the protection of girl child. Save Energy campaign. It's a part of the 7th SDG, Affordable and Clean Energy. A door-to-door campaign led by students to sensitize the public about the importance of saving energy. Our students prepared energy-saving cards and tried to reduce the usage of electricity by 25%. We also promote cycling and public transportation. We could save energy. I too own a bicycle. In this project, it was a campaign to spread the message of sustainable living. We students collected plastic waste and presented a cycle to a very deserving student. We also led food challenges and sold newspapers to raise the amount. Okay, Eco Bricks. I feel so proud to share this project with you because it was one of the successful projects of our school. These are made to address the problem of microplastic waste in the school premises and households. Our students place used plastic bottles and collect them back when it is full. The trapped plastic waste and the eco bricks are then used to prepare beautiful benches and fences, and now our school campus is plastic free. Okay, QR code enabled medicinal gardens. It's a part of the 15th SDG, Life on Land, and we did it with the help of our nearest police station. It was an attempt to protect the indigenous Ayurvedic plants and make the students familiar with our tradition. When we scanned the QR code attached to the plant, we will be access to the details of the plant. Next, Madhuravanam. It's also a part of the SDG Life on Land. It's a Miyawaki forest on our own campus. Our students grow and protect various fruit plants by our own in our own campus. So these are some of the activities we did as part of the Sustainable Development Goals. But we all know we accuse each other of bringing causes for these problems. But has any one of you ever thought who could be the solution for all these problems? Yes, we can be the solution itself. Each one of you can be a solution itself. By dumping a microplastic waste, maybe let it be a mini chocolate wrapper or anything, we are causing a big problem. We are causing the future destruction of our nature. So we, each and every person of us can be a solution ourselves. And you can be a solution, you can be a solution, and I am the solution. Thank you. Plus, I would like to, in the name of my school, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Sir Thomas Verghese for giving us this golden opportunity to present here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Wow, I am the solution. So they've already got the answer. Please join the panel. We have more questions that you would probably have the solutions to. I am so in awe of that presentation. Next, we move on to the colleges. We have Marian College Kutikanam, represented by Aisha SH, Anne Mary Baby, and George Saju. Please do come to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity and very warm good evening, good afternoon to one out present here. Set against the scenic backdrop of the Western Ghat, Idki faces a myriad challenges both ecological and socio-economic. Idki district has the second largest tribal population in Kerala. We engaged with the Manna tribal community, which is the only tribal kingdom in the whole of the South India. As the Marian College Kutikanam Autonomous, step up with the innovative sustainable solution, such as we search into how Marian is shaping a brighter, more sustainable future for Idki. We showcase our humble attempt to promote sustainable development goals and hear our engagement with the community as a video. Thank you.
In the biodiverse heaven of the Western Ghats, Idukki is a mosaic of nature and culture. However, beneath its beauty, it grapples with ecological threats, cultural erosion, and socio-economic challenges. From its fragile ecosystems and the cultural richness of its tribal communities to its economic dependence on plantation and the intricacies of tourism and development, Idukki stands at a crucial crossroads. Within these challenges, Marian College Kutikanam Autonomous seeks to create ripples, integrating sustainable practices into its core and attempting to provide solutions tailored to Idukki's unique milieu. This video tries to capture Marian academic communities' attempt to connect to the SDGs to realize the transformational vision of the institution, the full flowering of life in abundance. Marian addresses poverty by distributing food in schools and orphanages and through its outreach programs at local ashrams. The college maintains its own farm and encourages sustainable agriculture by hosting vegetable garden competitions within departments. Students are often involved in food distribution and provide necessary resources to children, as exemplified by their engagement at the Good Shepherd Ashram, Kanirapalli. Prioritizing health, the college hosts blood donation campaigns, raises awareness of major diseases such as HIV and cancer, and conducts medical camp for staff and students. The institution promotes well-being under initiative of Health and Well-being Department through yoga and education on lifestyle diseases. The college emphasizes holistic, outcome-based education through exposure and special partnerships, promoting education beyond textbooks. It also focuses on practical skills like tailoring and distributing learning materials to those in need. In effort to empower women, the college offers self-employment and bag-making training, enabling them to achieve economic independence. The institution ensures clean water access using advanced purification and filtration units. Leading into sustainability, the college employs biogas plants, solar panels, and supports rainwater harvesting. Our resources enrich academic life and prepare students for the industry with an innovative mindset. We champion inclusivity by introducing socially just events and empowering initiatives, including cultural showcases and awareness programs. Through the field practicum in the social work department, we identify community needs and address them through extension activities of the department. We have adopted 7 Panchayat for SDG-based intervention through PRA studies, reinforcing our commitment to sustainability and community interventions. Waste management via biogas plants not only recycles wastewater but also harnesses solar energy. Our initiative towards a greener future include observing green protocols, facilitating carpooling, recycling wastewater, and promoting low per capita carbon footprints. We are taking steps to preserve aquatic ecosystem through reservoir cleanups, fish farming, river restoration, and responsible tourism initiatives. We also promote conservation through our campus vegetation, nature camps, and clearing drives. Ensuring a safe environment, the college operates an active anti-ragging committee and offers awareness classes to the broader community, championing harmony and justice. We consistently collaborate with other institutions through MOUs ranging from neighboring institutions to those in Europe and the US. In our journey towards sustainability, we emphasize the essence of unity and the interconnectedness of life. Our conservation and partnership efforts benefit not only the student community, but also the wider populace. The esteemed recognition from NAC for quality education, evidenced by our A++ grade and our gold status in India's Green Ranking for Sustainable Institution, further strengthens our mission. Each step we undertake resonates with the belief that our planet's destiny is shaped by our choices. By advocating for biodiversity and fostering collaboration, we are not only contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, but also ensuring a thriving, prosperous future for everyone. This isn't merely a pledge at Marian, it's our way of life and our unwavering commitment to our planet and our collective future.
Here we are presenting a unique story of Naipunya, an engagement with Mannan, a tribal community settled in Idukki district, Kerala. This community is said to have migrated from Tamil Nadu to Kerala during the Chera-Chola War.
Mannans were involved in shifting cultivation and hunting.
Mannan community is administered by a king titled Raman Rajamannan.
They were displaced for the construction of the Idukki Dam thus alienated from their indigenous life.
All humans are the heirs of the earth, but then unjust social structures like caste, class, gender, race, and ethnicity have historically marginalized certain sections, especially the indigenous communities.
Our engagement with the Mannan community through various programs like Rural Camp, Community Fieldwork, and Naipunya Life Skill Project helped us to garner the community's trust and to work on sustainable development goals primarily focused on reduced inequality beside quality education, gender equality, and good health and well-being.
Our engagements. Our one-year engagement helped us to build a belief bonding in the community, which was reflected through mutual respect and acceptance, collaboration, and joint empowerment.
Mutual respect and acceptance. Rural Camp. To develop cultural sensitivity to engage with the community, we had a pre-camp visit, interaction with UNICEF consultant for Scheduled Tribe Development Department, and a theatre workshop.
During the rural camp, we had community engagement activities wherein we interacted with children in the community, study center, and schools. We visited households, sharing memories of community members. Playing with community members, we had trekking, playing street theatre in the community, and cultural evenings.
Through the involvement of community members, we could sense the mutual respect and acceptance. The concerns shared by the community include school dropouts, high substance use, indebtedness, unemployment, domestic violence, eloping of girls, wildlife attack, water scarcity, transportation issues, invasion, and exploitation by outsiders. Toward the end of the camp, the community members named the team with their traditional names.
Collaboration. Based on our observation, analysis, and discussion with the community members, we understood that the Mannan community is in a transition from indigenous life to modern life. They find it hard to face the challenges posed by the transition with the limited resources and opportunities. The community opined that education is the most important need, which helped them to access the resources and opportunities to develop. Considering this context, students and teachers designed a field action project called Naipunya.
Naipunya aimed to facilitate the adaptability of the children in formal education by working with individuals, groups, families, and community. It focused on enhancing the children's life skills in the areas of self-awareness in accordance with their social context, communication and interaction, and connecting with community resources. We worked for 6 months in which we had 2 days visit per week and a 10-day camp towards the end. Our collaboration includes working with individuals, groups, family, and community.
Working with individuals. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all the wisdom, Aristotle. Each student was assigned 2 children from Mannan community. Students facilitated them to explore and deal with the emotional issues, gender discrimination, substance abuse, educational issues, and issues faced when they interact with the mainstream.
Working with groups, students enhanced group dynamics and individuals' development through group experiences, which help the children to become the catalyst to lead the project activities.
Working with family. We work with families to understand their issues and perceptions on children's education. The student also encouraged the children to deal with family concerns.
Working with community. We always tried to connect and maintain the support of the community in all our engagements. We also conducted certain activities in the community, such as awareness programs and cultural events.
Joint empowerment. The empowerment was experienced by community members, students, and also the faculty.
കോളേജുകളിൽ നിന്നോ മറ്റിതര എൻജിഒസിന്റെ എല്ലാം വരവോടുകൂടി ചില മാറ്റങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികളിലെല്ലാം ആയി തുടങ്ങുന്നുണ്ട്. കാരണം വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിലൂടെ പല മേഖലകളിലേക്ക് കടന്നു പോകാം എന്ന ഒരു ചിന്താഗതി ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ വരവോടുകൂടി കുട്ടികൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവും. അപ്പൊ അവരെ ഒരു റോൾ മോഡലായി കണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് അതിനോടൊരു കമ്പം ഉണ്ടാവാം.
കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രാവശ്യം കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ പഠിക്കാൻ പോയുള്ളൂ 6 മാസം, പിന്നെ പോയില്ല വീട്ടിൽ. എന്ത് ചെയ്തായിരുന്നു? പിന്നെ ഒന്നും കിട്ടിയില്ല, ചേർത്തുമില്ല. നമുക്ക് പോകാൻ അന്നേരം തന്നെ സിസ്റ്ററൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമായിരുന്നു പോകാനാ. പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങളൊന്നും തടസ്സമൊന്നും പറഞ്ഞില്ല, പഠിക്കട്ടെ. അതെ.
The empowerment experienced by the community members includes the involvement of different sections of the community in field action, project ownership by the community members, and enrollment of the community members for higher education. Students and faculty could cultivate the sensitivity to engage with diverse populations, learn the role of trust, and inculcated the sensibility needed to understand global goals connecting with local needs and to design sustainable practices with a participatory approach.
Sustainability of engagement. We are not stopping here but are looking forward. Our next rural camp, with a view to exploring the specific needs of the community, has already started at Anjurli, the most remote Mannad settlement in Kovilmala. We also continue Naipunya at other regions of Kovilmala, focusing on both life skills and quality education.
In the heart of Idukki's challenges lies a strength and resilience. Marian College, Kuttikanam Autonomous, with its unwavering commitment to sustainability, showcases the power of informed action and community engagement. Their endeavors not only resonate within the college's wall, but ripple out, inspiring change across the region. As we reflect on the journey, it serves as a potent reminder that with understanding, innovation, and discrimination, we can chart a path to a sustainable future, even in the face of daunting challenges. This is more than just an institutional effort. It's a testament to the enduring spirit of Idukki and its people. And we express our sincere gratitude in providing us with this golden opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, team at Marian College, for that very engaging presentation. Please do join the panelists. We have the final presentation. It's from the students of St. Teresa's College, Ernakulam. I would like to invite Ms. Arati Krishna, Ms. Sumi Joy, and Ms. Kate Roshin to the stage.
A very warm good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arati Krishna, a proud representative of St. Teresa's College. As we celebrate our centenary, we take immense pride in our commitment to shaping a better world by championing the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Through numerous initiatives, we strive to empower our students to be active agents of change in the pursuit of sustainability. Some of our commendable initiatives, primarily focused on Kochi, includes Student Leadership for Localizing SDGs, S for SDGs, Society of Teresians for Environmental Protection, and the Teresian Karshakashri Challenge. These initiatives are designed to address Kerala's poor performing SDGs and ensure micro action towards SDG attainment. Our reach extends beyond the campus as we collaborate with other institutions, communities, and local governments to amplify our impact. So, without further ado, here's presenting our first initiative titled Student Leadership for Localizing SDGs. This is a result-based initiative which involves hand-holding local governments to align their projects with SDGs. Here is a short video summarizing Initiative 1.
The attainment of
The attainment of Sustainable Development Goals necessitates active role of local governments, civil society and localization of SDGs. But do local governments always have the time and capacity to localize SDGs? St. Teresa's College in Ernakulam district of Kerala, India has an innovative solution which not only handholds local governments in localizing SDGs but also motivates youth action for the same. It involves mobilizing, inspiring and connecting students with local governments and other stakeholders for localizing SDGs. The girls equipped themselves through self and peer learning with facilitation by 3 mentors to handhold Kumlangi village panchayat in Kerala for local planning to achieve the 2030 agenda. This initiative, titled as Students' Leadership for Localizing SDGs through SAGI, is a convergence of 3 central government initiatives, namely Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana and localizing SDGs. The team enabled the Panchayat to use a result-based framework to keep track of the progress of SDGs at the local level. For this, local indicator framework of Ministry of Panchayat Raj was used. At times when LIF failed to cater to the local projects, students came up with indicators suitable for the local context. This initiative, which led to evolution of students as resource persons and SDG ambassadors, is a replicable model for educational institutions to connect with the local governments for working towards attainment of SDGs. The zeal of the team to share their experience drove them to bring out a self-guiding document, a process organizer, which assists self-replication by any interested team. The team produced a dissemination song titled Heed the SDGs, which is gaining momentum on YouTube. Hope this will snowball to be a big stride towards attaining Agenda 2030 in Kerala and India.
Through this initiative, the elected representatives of Kumbalange Grama Panchayat were encouraged to design and link their projects with SDGs through a result-based framework and plan to achieve targets for the years 2026 and 2030 in a phased manner. Our journey doesn't stop there. We aim at encouraging more local governments to design such projects through a result-based framework aligned with Agenda 2030. Our second initiative, titled S for SDGs, involves sensitizing students to take micro-action towards SDG attainment. Empowered by knowledge and experience, our SDG ambassadors will extend their reach to other academic institutions, enlightening students about the importance of micro-action towards SDG. Our recent design workshop stands as an example. Through this session, the students were enlightened about the importance of their individual role towards SDG progress and the daily actions that they can seamlessly incorporate into their lives for the same. Our state, Kerala, ranks first in Niti Aayog's SDG index, proudly making strides in eradicating poverty and hunger. However, there are some challenges which are to be addressed, particularly with regards to our environment. This is where our institution steps in with its next initiative. I call upon Sumi Joy to enlighten you about the same.
Greetings everyone. I am here to explain a third initiative, that is Society of Theresians for Environment Protection. It is a society that commenced in April 2016 as a charitable and literary organization. Our main objective is to promote the use of biodegradable products and social entrepreneurship among students. This project aligns with these SDGs. Our upcycling process includes collection of tailoring excess, segregation, shredding, and stitching. Moving on to a video showing the work and progress of STEP.
Kerala, known as God's own country and renowned for its mesmerizing natural beauty, is of late facing a series of devastating disasters which wreak havoc on its environment. The most recent one is a fortnight-long fire breakout at the Brahmapuram landfill. One human intervention which augments many such threats is the burgeoning plastic waste, which also has global ramifications considering the state's extensive coastline of 589.5 kilometers.
To mitigate the issue and reduce plastic waste, students of St. Teresa's College set up a social entrepreneurship unit, STEP, that is Society of Theresians for Environment Protection, in 2016.
The students designed and popularized reusable cloth alternatives for plastic Rexine bags, and as an add-on, discovered a solution for upcycling tailoring waste. The innovative products include ball bags, strawberry bags, college bags, etc. Demo tutorials on manufacture have been shared with the public through government websites. As part of a green protocol on campus, the team strives to replace single-use plastics, and all students and faculty are encouraged to use reusable cutlery, eco-friendly cloth bags, and function as brand ambassadors of plastic reduction. STEP also enables students to gain practical knowledge on running a business unit. STEP has provided a means of livelihood to many women self-help groups across the state. As an ancillary to this initiative, an incubating unit, Bhumi Women's Collective, is currently rolling out a solution for upcycling entire tailoring waste of Kochi city into plushies. This got appreciation from the Prime Minister of India. Kerala.
We basically work on 3L model for sustainable development, that is, acquiring local resources for local business and enhancing local markets. We are also implementing a project called You Can Heal, which mobilizes the youth community to promote sustainable alternatives. Our future projects include Green Individual Facilitation and Training Centers, Training Center for Haridakama Sena, and Certificate Course for Green Initiatives. I now call upon Kate Roshan to enlighten us about the fourth initiative.
A very warm good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I am standing here to present to you the fourth initiative, that is a Theresian Karshakasri project, an initiative of Bhumitra Sena Club. Bhumitra Sena Club was formed in 2010 under the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Kerala. It was formed to encourage students to work for environment conservation. The Theresian Karshakasri Challenge aims to inspire and encourage young minds to embrace organic farming and sustainable agriculture, focusing on organic homestead activities. As the world faces mounting challenges like climate change, environment degradation, and food insecurity, engaging the youth in eco-friendly activities and farming methods becomes crucial in building a sustainable future. By promoting organic farming among the undergraduate students of the college, we seek to foster a generation of environmentally conscious and responsible stewards of our planet. The students also took part in the university-sponsored MOOC course in organic farming as their first step. The project also aligns with 4 sustainable development goals, and they are good health and well-being, quality education, sustainable cities and communities, and life on land. We believe the initiative has the potential to create a lasting impact and inspire the next generation leaders committed to organic farming and sustainable practices for a better world. Now, we'll be having a video presentation briefing the project and rationale for it.
Silent health crisis is unfolding in Kerala, which is noted for its excellent health indicators. Decades of chemical-intensive farming have left the environment and segments of the population grappling with the devastating consequences of high incidence of cancer, kidney failure, and birth deformities which affect multiple generations. An extreme example being the victims of endosulfan use. A ray of hope which is emerging amidst this gloom is the option of organic homestead cultivation as a viable strategy given the high population density of Kerala. The Theresian Karshakasri Challenge of St. Teresa's College is a youth-driven initiative inspired by the MOOC course in organic farming by Mahatma Gandhi University, aimed at molding critical next-generation skills to usher in a healthier green future.
The challenge ensured that our students act rather than just understand their lectures. It facilitated their capacity building in sustainable agriculture practices through phased, doable challenges. The initiative, which fosters green skills, covered 2,800 entries in the first year itself, and all students of upcoming batches too are encouraged to continue this practice, which helps in habit formation that can help future sustenance.
Students were given a challenge every month, like preparing compost, planting and maintaining their kitchen garden, preparing hydroponics, aquaponics, microgreens, and so on. The last challenge, the giveaway challenge, encouraged students to share their produce and spread awareness through gifting. Videos illustrating methods for implementing the challenge were shared through Moodle, a learning platform, and the entire student body motivated through regular acknowledgement and monitoring.
The Theresian Karshakasri Challenge has also won the prestigious International Green Gown Awards of 2023, endorsed by UNEP under the category Next Generation Learning and Skills. Thank you.
Thank you, team from St. Teresa's. You can also join the panel. I would like to commend the organizers, especially for curating a panel of 5 educational institutions. Kudos to you, because we have a solution here. Now all we need to do is collaborate and make it happen. This is what localizing SDGs mean. And since we are short on time, we won't be taking questions from the audience, but I only have one question for all of you, but you don't have a lot of time to answer. Has these initiatives also made a personal impact on your life? Would you briefly, quickly, this is just to understand if the youth, their mindset can be changed so that we will have hope for tomorrow. Quickly, over to you. We could start with Chinmay.
Hello. To be completely honest with all of you here, before undertaking this project, I personally had no idea on what the UN's Sustainable Development Goals actually envisioned. For some reason, I used to think sustainable development comes under the same umbrella as maybe environmental protection. Only after going through the UN's SDG website for this particular project, did I realize that there's so much more than just environmental protection that the world must focus for its amazing sustenance. This is an amazing initiative undertaken because even if we all have just thought about these goals for just 10 minutes from our day, these are amazing steps and huge steps towards when you look at the global stage.
Personally, I was one of the many people who believed in the idea of starting an entirely new civilization in another planet because I believed that our planet had no hopes. But after reading through the SDG guidelines and knowing that there is an action, there is a step that we can take, our school decided to manifest the ideas into real life and to practice it and to ensure that there is a future for our Earth that we've been constantly ignoring for many years. We have inculcated them in our lives, and it starts in our homes, in our mindsets. And until we're willing to change that, to change the people around you, the world as we know it won't exist in a matter of years. And it is time we start acting on it now.
Okay, my answer is of course yes. All these things I have said here, I do it in my personal life too. We do understand that starting from for all the solutions is from especially students. All these people are here because we are all willing and determined to take a part in making changes in our nature. So we are all determined and willing to do that. And I do understand that if we students, especially students, take control, take the lead and start doing these activities. We've shown some of the activities we did here. And if we start following such activities which will be of use, we could of course make a change, and there will be solutions for all these problems. We won't have to suffer of these anymore, and that's all it. These much institutions are here. We all represent various institutions. If we all think of what if we all campaign together and try to create a solution, that will be magnificent. We could change, we could make so many changes. Thank you.
Hi all. First of all, I think you have seen our project Naipunya, which has come as a result of a one-year engagement with an indigenous community named Mannan. Speaking about Naipunya, the project has not born for promoting SDG, but the project Naipunya has born for addressing the need of the people in that area or the tribal people, Mannan people. The major concerns they shared while we do our engagement was the school dropouts. The children, or they are in the pains of transition from tradition to modern life. So, they have many instances which they cannot cope up with the modern life, or they cannot cope up with the mainstreaming. When we are forcing the children from the Manan community to the mainstream schools, they are completely alienated from their language. They do have a language called the Manan tongue. I did my fieldwork in Anjurali. There was an Egadhyapika school there, one teacher school, but that was closed as a result of policies and laws. But the students are not willing to go out from their community and to access the formal education. The main reason is that they face discrimination from the people or the mainstream people. So our project is born as a result for addressing this need. When we did the project, we understood that we have touched almost all the SDGs. What we understood that SDGs, sustainable development, will come in every project. We didn't want to promote sustainable development goals, but sustainable development practices will be adopted in all our practices, in all our projects and all. Thus, sustainability is an urgent need everyone should work for.
Thank you.
I would like to add one more point with Aisha. Before doing this project, I thought of what is the need of a reservation for this SC, ST and OBC students, because they are also students who are studying along with us and participating all the activities. But when I did my field work at Korimala, among the Mannan tribal community, there is a need of reservation for them because they are facing a lot of problems. If I say the problems, you did not get the correct reality, but when you go and visit the tribal community, then you will understand what is the need. And I came to realize that the reservation is needed and it should be ensured some more effectively. And from here, I know that the youth are doing good and can do more good for the better life of the community.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. I already explained one of our project called STEP. So when I work in the project STEP, I realized that collaborating from the ground level, that is Kudumbashree units, it made me realize that it is not that hard for us to shift to biodegradable products. That is, yes, we use fashionable products like bags and all, but it is also fashionable, and it also helps our nature by using biodegradable products too. And also the Karshakashree challenge. When I do the MOOC project on that, it made me realize that when we create our own homestead organic farming, it also feeds a healthy meal to a community, not only to a family, to a community too. So it created a major impact in my life.
Thank you. Thank you all for all your insights. We're a little short on time. Will you keep it short? Oh.
An important thing to be added is, as a result of our engagement from the highly dropout area, one of a girl joined for higher education in our college, and I think that is what we achieved through Naipunya, and she is here, Manjusha.
Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you for opening up our minds. Thank you for bringing in more hope, and wishing you all a happy International Youth Day. More power to you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for that enriching session. As our symposium unfurls further, we shall delve into the engagement of business entities and implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals through the third panel discussion. Before we dive into this enlightening discussion, let us watch a video from the Choice Group.
Let us now watch a video presented by the Cochin International Airport Limited.
The COVID pandemic had brought about an unprecedented commercial catastrophe for the world's airport industry. Cochin International Airport, being one among them, saw a revenue drop of more than 90%. If the recent past is any indication, reducing the over-dependence on aeronautical revenue and to increase the non-aero revenue was inevitable to strengthen our airport for such unforeseen challenges in future. Sustainable development became the need of the hour, and Cochin Airport promptly responded to our Honorable Prime Minister's call to action in achieving 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, to action in achieving 500 megawatts of renewable energy by 2030. As a first step, a 4.5 megawatts run-of-the-river hydroelectric power plant was commissioned, and a 12 megawatts solar power plant was commissioned in March 2022. This made way for an impressive leap, attaining 50 megawatts of solar capacity, making it the largest solar installation in any airport in the world. Implementing bold innovations with utility-scale projects as such became a key defining factor of SIAL's vision towards sustainability. Cochin Airport over the past 2 years strategically incorporated several innovative and sustainable practices which can easily be implemented by other utility-scale installations across the country to achieve the following outcomes. Maximizing solar capacity per acre in hilly terrains. In order to meet the rapidly growing energy requirements, a massive spread of 34 acres of land was acquired by Cochin Airport in a hilly terrain. Here, Cochin Airport strategically put to play its efficiency-oriented approach by utilizing the land to the maximum extent possible. The solar panels were meticulously installed, following the contours of the terrain, aligning each solar panel parallel to the ground. This astonishingly helped to reduce the area requirement to less than 2.80 acres per megawatt, which is less than 50% of the land requirement for similar solar plants in hilly areas. Making efficient use of idle land of highway embankments and railway embankments. Another major innovative take was the utilization of road embankments for the installation of solar plants. In August 2020, Cochin Airport installed a 120 kilowatt solar plant covering a road embankment of approximately 160 meters long, which means 1.25 kilometer of road embankment provides space for approximately 1 megawatt of solar capacity. Now imagine this replicated over the national highways and railway embankments of our country. A large percentage of new solar capacity can come from just the efficient utilization of these idle embankments, producing hundreds of megawatts of electricity. Implementation of agri-photovoltaic practices and cultivation of organic vegetables and traditional medicinal plants. Cochin Airport is one among the country's first few to venture into agri-photovoltaics. Today, the agri-photovoltaics is spread over 15 acres of land by effectively utilizing the vacant space between the solar panel arrays. Every single year, Cochin Airport continues to exponentially expand its agri-photovoltaic initiative, from planting various creeper and dwarf vegetable varieties to implementing one of Cochin Airport's recent herbal medicinal garden initiative. The vegetable cultivation not only provides for pesticide-free vegetation but also regular employment to about 15 localities every day. With these three innovative green initiatives, Cochin International Airport is one step closer to help achieve our Honorable Prime Minister's dream of fulfilling the ambitious target of 500 megawatts of renewable energy by the year 2030. Cochin Airport, without doubt, is effectively leading the way to a carbon-free future.
The inquisitive mind of Ratnesh R., Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact India Office, New Delhi, shall steer our discussions as we explore how businesses can bloom as champions of sustainability. Sir, we now invite you to take the lead here and introduce the theme as well as the panelists for this session.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy and glad that I came here, although someone said that it's a holiday for you, but actually it's the most productive day of my week, and seeing such young minds so engaged with the SDGs, you people have assured that our future is secure, because students, not only by their action, are going to change the face of the earth in a positive way, but they will also influence the adults not to do it. Because every child has parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, so all the adults are covered if children are convinced about what they are doing. So very strategic. Thank you so much for sharing all your wonderful work. Now I would like to invite all the panelists for this important session that we are going to have, which is just before lunch, so we'll try to wind it up quickly so that the SDG 2, right? Hunger? Which one? So SDG 2 is fulfilled. So Mr. Manuji, please come to the stage. Mr. Gaurav Rathore, Ms. Anita Anil, Mr. Sujit Komra, and Mr. Nikhil George. if you could take away the remaining chairs which are extra. Yeah, so a brief about the organization which I represent here. So Kofi Annan, I mean, we heard about Millennium Development Goals, we heard about Sustainable Development Goals. So Kofi Annan ji was the Secretary General at the turn of the century, as they say, millennium. So he had a lot of ideas, and in partnership with a lot of experts and scholars, intellectuals, he initiated this whole process. And while he was doing so, he was also aware that without businesses, all these things will remain empty. If I could have some silence, please. It's disturbing me. Yeah? Thank you. So, Kofi Annan was the person who initiated that businesses with a human face. That is what is going to bring all these ambitious goals to fruition. And today, we have come 23 years ahead of that vision, and we also have sustainable development goals which are dominating the discourse, and we also have 10 universal principles which all the businesses adhere to when they ask for our membership. So before I start this discourse or this discussion on what they have been doing for sustainable development goals, the business representatives who are here, I would want them to introduce themselves very briefly, name, affiliations. Yeah. Can I have the mic, please?
Good morning. I'm Nikhil George, and I represent a company called Kaleido Health. I would categorize us as a small and medium enterprise. We run physical medicine and rehabilitation clinics under the brand name Mana Health. We have 2 units in operation here in Kerala.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Anita Katukaran, and I'm in the EdTech segment of business. And we are into training and right now developing getting students to develop innovative products and make them into entrepreneurs. And I think in the course of the discussion, I'll talk more about what we are doing.
Good afternoon. My name is Gaurav Rathore. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Choice Scanning Company India. I represent the Choice Group. Choice Group is a very diversified, multinational, truly global conglomerate with roots in Cochin. And I think starting from processed foods, production and export, to real estate, to shipping, to the Choice Foundation, which is the host for this event as well. So over the course, we'll talk about all the things and how sustainable development has also been one of the guidances for us. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I represent Cochin International Airport. My name is Manu. I have got an experience of 25 years of airport. And among the sustainable development goals as specified, almost all the 17 goals are, we are doing all the sustainable activities there. But even though it is being highlighted, the solar initiatives of Cochin International Airport, you can ask questions regarding the sustainability as well as the airport operations, because our main business is the airport operations, and we cannot forget our environment and our future generations. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sujit Kumra. I am the founder and CEO of Access Espina IT Solutions. So basically what we focus is on DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, enabling you to connect and do all the IT and as well as all the connected communities establishment that you can do to ensure we provide a platform, we become a backbone for SDGs, as well as we ensure cybersecurity to make sure that it's not been hacked or brought down, etc., etc. We could talk more about it. How do you enable the over the period of session?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this brief introduction. Now I would like to give the opportunity to Mr. Nikhil George. So you are doing something which is using technology and combining it with healthcare provision. So what are the main challenges you see when you try to deliver healthcare at a decent cost? And what are the innovations that you've brought which will help us in achieving the SDG related to health better and quicker?
Thank you for that question. SDG 3 obviously is at the core of our business. We primarily work in the healthcare space. Like you said, we actually bring a lot of innovation into and technology into the healthcare vertical. Obviously, what we do is slightly different from traditional healthcare in the sense that there are a lot of US FDA and CE approved treatment modalities that are available and commonly used in the US, in Europe and Australia and various other places, but not commonly used in the Indian market, right? So we've sort of brought a number of non-surgical and side effect-free treatment modalities into the market in order to make that type of care more accessible for people in India. That also makes it very cost-effective for people. For example, instead of having to go for a surgical procedure that might cost 2.5 or 3 lakhs, they can probably take a treatment that costs about 40 or 50,000 rupees and address that particular issue. So by bringing technology in, we are actually making healthcare a little more cost-effective and a little more seamless and accessible for people.
Thank you. Anita ji, now I would like to request you to share with us. See, EdTech, the moment we say EdTech, we also are aware of the digital divide. And some of the children, they did excellent presentation. In their presentation, they told us. So what is your company or your association with companies helping us bridge the digital divide? Because that is going to be a defining handicap for us if we are not able to achieve the SDG related to.
Yeah, that's a very good question. See, it's been over 11 years since I started this. And when you talk about EdTech itself, we're talking about cutting edge technology, robotics, 3D printing, AI. And initially when we started it, these are newer technologies. They're very expensive. They were available only to the elite few in very urban areas. And a few years down the line, when I was teaching robotics initially, it was a small example. Charges were something like 3,000 and 5,000 rupees per child per month, which was a big burden. It's something that children in our country could not afford. A few years down the line, I thought I'm not going anywhere. Why am I just around here? And just a small, innovation need not be in the products. It can be in our thought process. It can be in how we change something very small and deliver it. And I thought, how can this delivery mechanism be changed that we can make it affordable for majority of the children? It can be urban area, rural area, because God did not give intelligence only to the urban rich. It was spread right across all spheres of life. And by changing the mechanism of delivery, I was able to bring down this cost from those high costs to an amount where I charge only an amount of less than 200 rupees per child per month, which I always say it's less than the cost of a biryani. Why can't he do robotics? Why can't he do 3D printing, AI at such a minimal cost? And our endeavor now is to bring it below 100 per child. Okay, so again, coming back to your question, see, without these technologies, I know these are very scary technologies, but so is fire. Fire is a very scary thing. And I guess at the time mankind found out to create fire, he must have caused a lot of harm. But the way we harness that fire, and the way we use it is what matters. Similarly, I know AI scares everybody, but AI cannot rule us. It's absolutely in our control. So what we have to do is rule ourselves. So I think I've realized that coming back to this, we have following the UN SDG goals, goal number 4 specifically, 4, and now even goal number 9, because quality education available to as many people as possible. So that is the endeavor of our organization. Rather than, some schools, when I told them this, they asked me, so what do you make of it, But I guess when we are blessed with things, it's time to give back and think innovatively, bring innovation and give it, So that's what I feel.
Thank you so much. It's so inspiring. Actually, cost and as well as the fear of this, that also is that it is not for me.
Yeah.
I can't do it. That confidence also you are bringing, that is an amazing contribution.
Yeah,
Because
I would just like to add one more thing. See, we cannot be without this digital way of life. I see my mother at the age of 75, because she lives alone, she's not able to do things, So she put in the pains to learn how to use WhatsApp and how to use net banking and all. And the future generation, whether this is good or bad, we need to use digital things. So it has to be made available to everyone. Without that, it's not possible to live a decent life in the future. So there's no going back. We have to move forward, but in the best way possible.
Thank you. Now I'd ask Mr. Rathore. We saw that excellent film. It was very beautifully capturing the whole range of SDGs and how you are addressing it. And we are also sitting in a choice group institution. So thank you so much for providing all this. Now, what I would ask you is that while you are already doing so good, and yet you see that there are always slippages from some of the activities where SDGs ask for a total, like zero hunger, no poverty. These are very, very ambitious. So how do you think in the years to come, this is called the decade of action. So how do you think Choice Group will be rededicating or re-engineering its activities? You are already doing so well, but still I think it's not enough. That aspect I want to, and not only you alone, but all our businesses. And what is the change that you see while implementing these projects? How better we can achieve more comprehensive results? So where you sit, how do you see this landscape?
Thank you. I think it's a very relevant point that you've touched upon. I'll answer the question a little differently. I think sustainable development is at the core of how we do what we do. So, which is why when we actually were looking at it from the context of goals, and I looked at the 17 goals, we sort of embody each one of them. This is core to what we do or how we do what we do, and that is how we always keep evolving. So I'll give you an example. We're building, as part of Choice, the food processing section, we are building a new factory in Bapatla. It's going to be the most modern factory for shrimp processing. We could talk about how much automation it will have. We could talk about how much of efficiency it will have. But what drives us is our purpose, which, as Mr. Jose Thomas describes, is women's empowerment and worker welfare. So when you're focused on the purpose, the chase or the evolution will continue to happen on its own.
Absolutely.
So the innovation will come, the excellence will happen, and those are the core values which actually drive us. So the excitement comes a lot more from, the goals will help us focus. If sustainable development is at the core of what we do and what we believe in, then we will keep evolving with that. We will never believe we are perfect. There will always be something more to do. So that's how we look at it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So he raised a very important point, and in fact, many of you must have heard the term, I'm talking to the young here, corporate social responsibility. So basically, it's not the 2% of the profit which is so important, but what is more important than the 2% is the corporate way of thinking, and that is what Mr. Bhatia is alluding to. If you are able to bring that, the whole processes, the efficiency, the way of measuring your results, those metrics, if you are able to bring to the social sector, that is going to do us a lot of positive achievements will come our way.
Yeah, exactly. So I think sustainable development has to be at the core of how businesses conduct themselves. And these are the businesses which tend to grow, which excel, which evolve, and should attract talent as well. The goals just help to focus the efforts. That's how I look at it.
Goals provide the framework, but actually the whole action has to be thought through whatever we do. And in that, I would appreciate the young girl who was here just before us, who said, I am the solution.
Absolutely.
That was bullseye. That is the spirit of sustainable development goals. It's not waiting for the government or any big corporate to come and take care of your village. You are the solution.
Absolutely.
And throwing some chocolate wrap. I mean, beautiful. That clarity that girl has, it's amazing. Salute to you wherever you are sitting. Because these small conveniences, or whatever you may call it, luxuries, we don't know what kind of damage we are doing to the future sustainability. Greta Thunberg was one example which was globally famous. I think we have our Greta moment here today. Thank you so much for bringing that, because collectively we will have to reinvent ourselves, and this kind of living that we have adopted over the years is unsustainable. So, and that brings me to the Cochin airport. I mean, whenever I land here, the peace and calm and the ease of coming out is amazing. Manuji, congratulations. The way you, I mean, in addition to all the goals, you have also perfected your core business right, because, I mean, I've been to many airports, but the kind of ease with which you come out, and especially it's not a glass and cement and metal kind of a eyesore. So congratulations. And can you share with us more on how the nearby communities which you engaged with while you were designing all these initiatives, so what was the impact on them? I mean, because normally wherever you have large scale land acquisition, there are problems. So how did your way of working? And one, I notice you are not our member, so please become our member, because we would like to globally highlight your achievements. It's not a mean feat. So please tell us.
Thank you, sir, for your question, and I will answer straight away. See, the airport started in 1993 when we actually need a land of around 1,200 acres of. And at that time, the collector Vijay Kurian sir thought how it can be. In Kerala, you may be knowing, no, it is very difficult for acquiring the land for any business purposes, or this much of land, it is impossible to acquire without a good amount of compensation. At that time, he thought in a way which is again not in the ambit of the government of India or government of Kerala rules, where he moved further forward. And he actually promised all the nearby communities who is being affected will be given an opportunity of an employment. That is the first thing. And everybody has been given a land of, 6 cents of land nearby that area, and a compensation for reconstruction of, rebuilding of their assets. So this actually caused the airport to acquire land of this 1,200 acres. And after that, we have actually, you told the Corporate Social Responsibility Act, we are actually contributing around 20% of our revenue for these actions. We are actually constructing roads, and we are actually constructing playgrounds and other civil amenities like healthcare systems. With these, we can manage our, we are contributing to the community, because not only the land acquisition, we are actually, even though we are sustainable in nature, we are emitting, carbon dioxide is being emitting, noise is being, noise is also a pollution. So the continuous corporate social responsibility is always there in our mind, and accordingly we are contributing to the community. Whenever we are thinking, we are not thinking about the other people around Kerala. We are first compensate with our social responsibility scheme to the nearby community, because we are responsible to the upliftment of these communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sujit, you left a cushy job at Cisco, right? After working.
Yes.
That's very courageous of you. So now, the area which you work in, I mean, predictive analytical solutions. So,
Don't go with the words, it's just digital public infrastructure.
Okay.
We just focus on that.
Okay, so digital infrastructure that you try to build. Which are the goals that are addressed by your work, and how do you go about it? If you could just map it for us.
Oh yeah, that's right what you said. Actually, mapping is what we do. See, when we talk on sustainability goals, and you rightfully said there, saying that there is no goal that can be better achieved if it is not put across with a business outcome towards it. So how do you quantify it? How do you say it? Let's say, what's the best R&D is, research and development is one of a noble cause, right? It's been happening for ages and ages. But now it's been driven by business. In 19th century, it's always funded. Early 20th century, it's funded. Late 20, late 21, the business is generating its R&D. Now, pharmaceutical company, right? How good or bad, but they're trying to do some noble cause. The best of the best R&D that they could get is around $2 billion. NASA, give me an estimation how much is their R&D budget that they get a year. $20 billion. Now if I pull out my Apple phone and if I ask you how much is the budget for Apple R&D, it's $24 billion. So they spend more money on making sure your phone gets done. And R&D on Amazon put together is $43 billion. So basically what's driving it? So there is always a closed loop, right? So there is a closed loop of state, market, and consumer that drives it. So that's what we try to provide the gap, and we make sure we do it. So how do we do it? I would actually put it across this way. When I was in Kenya doing some medical management unit to the remote locations where we try to do an IoT connectivity and all. We'll come to that project if there is an opportunity. But there is a guy, he was an American, he said that he was a little fat. And he said, you know why I'm fat? It's because of Africa. I was laughing with him, and he said a very funny story. I don't know where he heard it. But he said that every time my mom from my childhood puts enough food on my plate, I used to eat what is enough, and then I used to leave something. Then she used to shout at me saying that people are starving in Africa, go finish your plate of food. So basically it's a half-motivated engagement in a very hilarious way, but he said that I started finishing the entire thing, whatever has been served for me, so whatever you see, it's for Africa. So basically the outcome is not coming out, but the message has been driven. So you'll have to have a closed loop connected, right? So the outcomes comes when there is state and there is a market and there is a consumer gets connected. Like in Kochi airport, right? The state requires something that's been delivered, whether it's taxation, everything. Market requires an economy that's been connected, and the consumption is there. So that overall driving process continuously drives and thrives. So our idea of when I left Cisco or starting this Espina, if you see Espina is actually a Spanish word to do, which means backbone. So we try to be a backbone, which is what we are trying to create, a digital infrastructure to go and talk to governments, private, as well as, not every time it's about SDGs, sometimes they have their own goals, their own visions, their own corporates, and as well as SDGs and the vision part of it. We try to break it through and enable a sustainable process. And on many of sustainable projects, we try to deliver a sustainable process of the digital infrastructure or the overall process management, which can thrive and run by itself. So that's actually the vision of Espina, and that's what we are trying for.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Although I didn't understand all of it, but still whatever I was able to comprehend, I think you will be critical in this decade of action, because we need better measurement, better predictive tools, so that we are able to actually deploy our resources for the achievement of the results sooner than later. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I think we are coming towards the close of our session. So before we ask some of the young minds to ask questions, I think this is the decade of action as announced by the UN. Some speakers said, no, the time of thinking whether or not, what to do, how to do is over. Now it's a decade of action. We will have to consistently be at it. Every day is crucial if we want to even remotely reach the SDGs towards 2030. The race has already begun. And what will you as a corporate or as a business do? One important thing, if you could just highlight, you can take your time, but definitely the kernel of truth we want. What exactly you think is lacking and what you think you will be able to contribute in this decade that is coming forward. You are all achievers. You have explained everything very well. No one is questioning. What I'm trying to ask you is, what do you see as aspirational? What should your business do? What should you as a corporate citizen do during this decade of action? Because that will give me insights and that will also inspire the young people. You can start. Thank you.
I think from an SDG implementation standpoint, right, I think most enterprises can easily focus on gender equality, right? That's something that is so easy to do both in the entire pyramid, right, including leadership roles within the organization. So bringing in gender equality is something that most enterprises can do very easily. Something that Gaurav alluded to sort of struck a chord, right? I think the youth, the kids sitting here, right, they have a big role to play in guiding corporates as well as small and medium enterprises towards making the right decisions and being sustainable in their development, right? They can choose to work at organizations where sustainable development goals are prioritized, right? It's a choice that they are making. Without people, no organization will move forward. And by their choice, they can ensure that every single entity that is being formed, be it a startup or a small and medium enterprise or even a large organization, right? They will only be successful if they follow the SDGs and follow sustainable development.
Thank you. Thank you.
If in one word I can say, the word I would use would be innovation. Now, talking backward about that is, last year we were able to, we've taught children all these new technologies. They know that. But what is the use of knowing all these technologies if it's not put to any good use? So we worked with, the government's Atal thing, and they have a nice thing of bringing the youth or the children to come up with innovative projects. Okay, so last year we were able to bring about, it's a very small number, 56 innovative projects. But these 56 projects were from, they were solving the problems of today. Okay, these are all innovative, and the kind of innovative things that these children came about. Like I thought, oh my God, I didn't teach them this. I just taught them something, some technology, but using those tools of technology, they have come out with solutions for the problem. It can be for e-learning, can be for waste management, for the flooding, how to remove hunger, poverty, like all kinds of solutions. And I thought, now that is the way forward. And I think for the next, for this year we are working on that we should get at least 1,000 such projects, minimum, that's the smallest number I can get, more it will be good, from Kerala, because I basically work in the state of Kerala, at least 1,000 such projects from the youth, and then convert these, because we have got the help of the Startup Mission and other, even ATL and all, they've got programs called Tinkerpreneur and stuff like that. At least some of them can become and run with it and become entrepreneurs. So I think in one word, it would be to go forward with innovation. That would be the goal of our organization.
Thank you so much. I would like to add that UN Global Compact, seeing the enthusiasm and the drive that the young have here, I think we would also like to open a local chapter here and support all your initiatives. So definitely it's spot on. Thank you, sir.
So I think the way we looked at it, and which was the our realization also over the last few days when we were thinking about this this particular forum as well. The first 16 SDGs have to be core to the organization, have to be core to the purpose of the organizations, which we realized how probably Mr. Jose Thomas had, sees us as a group as well. So driving in that direction. The 17th one, and like you said, the decade of action, the 17th one, which is partnerships and collaborations, that is where the opportunity lies now. So 16 can be worked out. I'll give an example from my colleague, because this is where the like-minded organizations need to come together. So when Cochin Airport stops being just an airport, but becomes a gateway to development.
Absolutely.
So now we've got forums like these and the opportunities which they throw up. So I think that is where the opportunity lies. Time for action, time for like-minded organizations to come together and do so much more. So thank you. That's where I see the opportunity.
Absolutely. In fact, that is the message of SDGs, that it's not a small or a large, it's not a question of that. It's how we can come together and be responsible and hold ourselves accountable, where we succeeded, where we didn't succeed. So Manuji, your airport is loved and liked by everyone in the audience.
Okay, my suggestion to the youngsters is like, this can only be a platform. The United Nations or Mr. Anil or Mr. George or anybody can be a platform or a facilitator only. The change has to happen in your mind, and the change has to happen in your family, in your house. So then only the culture will start coming. Then only the change can actually be happen. So my request to you young people is like, this all a facilitation platform. You think it as a facilitation platform only. You take it to your home, you take it to your mind and get implemented in the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. So your emphasis that the youth lead this program, I think is spot on. And I think the youth, whoever have come from other institutions, I mean, this institution is sufficiently represented, but I think it's your responsibility to go back and have something in the assembly or whichever forum, explain what all was discussed and tell about the amazing things that you learned, that you saw. Because see, alone we are not enough, but together we are a lot. So I think your message, I think the students will take in the right spirit. And I assure you, UN Global Compact, whenever you inform us, we would be there, right behind you. Thank you. Sujit.
Yeah, actually, the allied members and all, they touched across innovation, collaboration, and focus. So basically, they touched the main key points as well. So if I have to add on to it, I would say, draw a clear-cut line on your moral grounds. That's quite very important, because like I can see an amazing passion and a lot of innocence and a lot of transparency with this youth that being presented, right? When they thrive into their focus journey, which on their shoulders they carry some of the SDGs, they move forward, they innovate, they collaborate, they focus, they will be continuously tested, time tested on taking decisions which certain times crosses their moral grounds. My suggestion to the youth is stick to it, never ever cross it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. But as adults, I think we will also have to create an enabling environment where they don't need to test this hypothesis again and again. So things have to be made simpler and more rewarding for the people who do not cross the line. Because oftentimes we tend to reward the person who, so that I think that we also have a responsibility. But your point is very well taken, because one concession leads to 100 other compromises, and ultimately you don't realize where you have come. So you are spot on. I think we have spoken enough. I have 8 minutes, I think. So 2 questions I can take if the volunteers can help. Can I see any raised hands? Sir. The youngest member of today's audience.
First of all, thank you to the moderator and also to the panelists. It was a really interesting session. Of course, my question is now to the moderator. You know, UN Global Compact, you know, many of us do not know about what is Global Compact and like what are the benefits for the private sector to be a member of the UN Global Compact. If you can briefly mention this to the young people as well as to the what do you call it, to the adults also, I will appreciate it.
Sure, sure. Thank you. I did not want to abuse my authority as a moderator. So, but definitely, thank you for the opportunity. So basically, we are a membership-based organization and the only entity which is allowed to work and accumulate the voice of the private sector to the UN forum. So we all the members, all the private sector entities who are our members in India and 93 other countries where we have our offices, and New York is our headquarter, we constantly work with you and we help you achieve the SDGs if you want that help, or if you've already achieved them to a certain degree, then we help broadcast your achievements at a global platform. And third, also there are companies who may be struggling with their ESG requirements, etc. So we bring out this platform, like Manuji said, these are only platforms. So we are a platform which is enlivened by the participation of a very dynamic and thriving business sector. So they tell us what they want to share, how they want to share, what they want to do, and what they want to learn. So we also facilitate learning through our academy, which is an online platform. We also customize training programs for the staff. So once you become our member, all of it is available to all your staff, whatever knowledge base that we have. And the second thing what we do as a Global Compact is, we also hold a lot of national, regional and local events to break up the SDGs, the message of the SDGs, in simpler, understandable, ready-to-action kind of activities. So those are also some things which we encourage, and we work a lot with the management institutes, with the product called Principles for Responsible Management Education. So basically this is also one of the similar and a much more hands-on kind of a thing. So thank you the organizers for thinking through and inviting other colleges and institutions, because we all love a little competition and a comparison. So that is what we do. So I would stop here, but I'm here throughout the day, so anyone asking any specific question, I would welcome. Any other question? Any other question? Or we have done good job?
My name is Manu Mohan and I'm from the Cochin College. And my question is to the representative of the Cochin International Airport, Manu sir. And my question is, I'm actually a zoology student who is very concerned about the environment. And I want to know about what were the obstacles that the airport or the authorities should have had to come through when building the, or clearing the, I saw the 34 acres of the broad solar equipments, I think, solar energy conservation or something. And I want to know that what was the reaction of like environmental authorities or organizations which were like protesting or something, something that happened. I want to know about what were the reactions and how did the authorities choose to react to them, or how did they come to a compromise or something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Regarding that See, the solar panels are being installed in a barren land, so there has not been any environmental impact as such. There is an environmental impact assessment for all the business organization need to happen before any institution to be set up there. So initially, the government approvals is required. Before that, the environmental impact assessment need to be carried out. So we are through that regulatory process, and after that, the solar panel washout water is being used for cultivation. Again, the green, actually in the barren land, we set up the solar panel, and below that, we have set up the plants. Plants which is medicinal plants as well as the vegetables. So the wash water is being used for cultivating these plants. So likewise, the double way impact is there. Solar energy is being created, as well the plants, the vegetations and the harvesting is also being happened because of that. And the sewage treatment plant manure is being used for cultivating this, for the manure of these plants. So likewise, we have zero impact and no complaints from the surrounding areas and no complaints from the regulator as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a hard stop, so I have to stop here. But thank you so much. You have been a wonderful, wonderful panelist. It was such a pleasure. And especially to the youth today, I really loved my visit to Kochi. Thank you so much for making it so wonderful.
Thank you everyone for that enriching session. Now let's step into respite, allowing us to rejuvenate, reconnect, and contemplate the inspiring moments we've experienced together. Join us for lunch at the Choice School Quadrangle, and together let us foster camaraderie and engage in enriching conversations. Our post-lunch session will resume at 2:30.